the House please come to order? Please stand this morning as we are led in prayer by the gentleman from Forest, Representative Byrd, and then please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance afterwards. Gentleman from Forest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everyone. 17 years ago to this day, April Fool's Day, on a Tuesday, as a matter of fact, I sang a song, and everybody looked at me like a calf staring at a new gate, and I said, this is no joke, I'm going to sing. So we're going to get on with it. I'm going to sing a song. I may sing all of it, I may sing part of it. But anyway, it's Child of the King by Bill and Gloria Gaither. And this will be our prayer. Once I was clothed in the rags of my sin, wretched and poor, lost and lonely within, but with tender compassion the King of all kings, in pity and love, he took me under his wing. Oh yes, I'm a child of the King. His royal blood now flows in my veins, and I, who was wretched and poor, now can sing. Praise God, I am a child of the King. Now I'm a child with a heavenly home. My Holy Father, he has made me his own, and I'm cleansed by his blood, and I am clothed in his love, and someday I'll sing with the angels above. Oh yes, I'm a child of the King. His royal blood now flows in my veins, and I, who was wretched and poor, now can sing. Praise God, I'm a child of the King. Praise God, I'm a child of the King. So now will you please join me in giving the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Attention, salute, and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for your time.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. All right, I see we have lots of special guests. I recognize the senior gentleman from Holmes. Gentlemen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we have a lot of outstanding people in the state of Mississippi, so we have a few guests to recognize today. But we're going to start off in the North Gallery. We have the gentleman from Copiah, Mr. Holloway, the gentleman from Warren County, Mr. Denton, and the gentleman from Lee County, Mr. Thompson. And they're there in the North Gallery with Mr. Jerry Sims, and it's a reference to House Concurrent Resolution 53. And to tell you a little bit about Mr. Sims, he began his student athletic career at Alcorn State University, and he demonstrated an unmatched drive for success. And this gentleman is only one of a few people in probably the world that can say at one time they probably was one of the fastest people in the world. When he was there at Alcorn, he was the world record holder of the indoor 60-meter dash, in which that record stood for several years before it was actually broken. But in addition to his success in track and field, Mr. Sims' success didn't stop there. Mr. Sims went on to build a distinguished career in business, earning accolades for his leadership, entrepreneurship, and commitment to service as the founder and president of Sparkle Maintenance Services, where he set a standard of excellence. And throughout his business career, he served and worked with many Fortune 500 companies. Mr. Sims, your legacy and your outstanding dedication, determination, and distinction, on behalf of the Mississippi House of Representatives, we'd like to thank you for your contributions to our state and commend you on the excellence you have exemplified throughout your life.
Congratulations.
Also, Mr. Speaker, in the North Gallery, along with the same gentleman, the gentleman from Copiah, the gentleman from Warren County, as well as the gentleman from Lee County, we have another, and the lady from Hines now, we have another distinguished guest who's also have some connection to Alcorn, and it's in reference to House Resolution 62, and we have Mr. Wiley Franklin Jones. And Mr. Jones was born in Laurel, Mississippi. He was one of 16 children. He went on to Alcorn State University, where he earned his degree, as well as Mississippi College. And for decades, Mr. Jones has been the cornerstone of leadership at Alcorn State University, serving in multiple roles, including Vice President of Business and Finance. His commitment to that institution and students leave an indelible mark on that university. And beyond academics, Mr. Jones has been active in civic engagement from leadership and fraternities and other things, and as well as his philanthropic spirit with creating the James Ira and Geneva Jones Endowment Scholarship Fund. Again, we not only honor his impressive career, but also his unwavering improvements to the lives of those around him. Again, Mr. Jones, on behalf of the House of Representatives, we'd like to commend you for your dedication not only to Alcorn State University in the state of Mississippi, but the entire nation. And we congratulate you and commend you. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn our attentions to the South Gallery now. In the South Gallery, we have the gentleman from Grenada, Mr. Haran, and he is in a unique situation in that he have two state champions in the South Gallery. The first one we're going to deal with is House Resolution 19, and it's a resolution commending Kirk Academy football team on winning the 2004 MAIS Class 3A state championship and up there with him is their coaches. Again, we'd like to commend, on behalf of the Mississippi House of Representatives, we'd like to commend and congratulate you young men on a great, outstanding 2024 season. Thank you. I think in the North Gallery, with the gentleman from Montgomery, we have the other part of the duo, Kirk Academy, and there was a resolution commending Kirk Academy, Radiettes and Raiders cross-country team and Coach Chuck Rose for a sweeping the 4A Mid-South Association of Independent School State Championship of the 2024 season. Again, we'd like to commend you on a great season on the behalf of the Mississippi House of Representatives, and congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations. And congratulations, coaches and young people from Kirk. You've represented your school and your families and your homes very well, and you're to be commended for it. I watched your football season from afar and enjoyed it. Y'all had some great games, and coaches, congratulations to y'all. It's a long and rewarding season, and y'all are to be commended for it. Good-looking group on both sides. Welcome to your Capitals way. Y'all have a great coach on this side too, boys and girls. I happen to know him when he was actually a pretty good athlete just a few years ago. But welcome, Coach. Good to have y'all here today.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think any of our other special guests has arrived yet. So I would.
Right. We'll get back to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll get back to him when you get him. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Fondren. For what purpose?
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Here today from the Trent Lott Leadership Institute Pathways to Leadership program and the North Gallery with the representatives from Gulfport. We have Dr. Melissa Jones and Ms. Caitlin Hayward. We want to honor y'all today with a proclamation, and I'll read a couple paragraphs from that. Whereas the Trent Lott Leadership Institute's Pathways to Leadership program, which was established in 2021 at the University of Mississippi, is being recognized for its demonstration of unwavering commitment to developing and equipping future leaders in the Gulf Coast region through the leadership program. And whereas during this year's Pathways to Leadership program, the volunteers who are program participants completed a service project where more than 30,000 pounds of food boxes were assembled and distributed in Gulfport. And these distributed food boxes will feed approximately 450 families, which speaks volumes of their hard work and communication skills for the program participants. And now, therefore, as members of the House of Representatives of the state of Mississippi, we do hereby commend and celebrate the philanthropic spirit of the program participants of the Trent Lott Leadership Institute's Pathways to Leadership program for their outstanding contributions to leadership development and community service, which has served to enhance the lives of individuals of the Gulf Coast region. Thank y'all for what y'all do for Mississippi and the Gulf Coast. Thank you for being here.
Congratulations. All right, I believe that concludes our special guest at this time. We will go to the calendar. Gentleman from Union, Mr. Creekmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask unanimous consent.
All right. You going to do that from the well? Gentleman from Union, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm requesting unanimous consent to correct an error in House Bill 569. This is our CON bill, And what it does is amend lines 1627 and 1628 by deleting the words and figures $1,500,000 and inserting the words $3 million. And what this has to do with is where we doubled our capital expenditures. The language we sent over to the Senate had these already in there in the correct order. The Senate amended it, didn't change the figures, but inserted the wrong numbers in there, and that's what it came back to us. So this is, I know you find it hard to believe, this is an error from the Senate that we're correcting, and that's my request.
Gentleman's asking for unanimous consent to request to change a number. Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson, for what purpose?
I missed it. What's the number on the bill?
569, but
thank you.
You're welcome. You want to? House Bill 569. He's requesting unanimous consent to change that figure. Anyone have a question on it? Is there any objection to it? Hearing none, gentlemen, we will grant the request. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to go to item 11 on today's general bill concurrence calendar.
All right. Does anyone object to the gentleman going there? I thank y'all for indulging the chairman the last couple of days and letting them move around the bills, but certainly you have a right to object if you wish. All right, gentlemen, I hear no objections. You're recognized. Tell me again where we're going.
Item number 11, House Bill 1123.
You are recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the House. We're all familiar with this bill and probably what it does, but before I get to the explanation and the details of the bill, please indulge me and allow me to give you some historical context and first and foremost commend the parties involved in the negotiating communications and everything else that has taken place over the last week and a half. The negotiation wasn't easy. There was a lot of give and take. I want to commend the lady from Pearl River for the amount of work and effort that she put into it. I want to commend the present chairman of the Insurance Committee, the former vice chairman of Insurance that put a lot of work into it beginning about 8 years ago, which I'll go into. The independent pharmacists who got involved, ladies and gentlemen, within the political process. They made sure their voice was heard. Their voice was heard. They got about 85% of what they wanted in this bill. I commend the businesses, the employers of the great state of Mississippi. They negotiated in good faith, gave up a lot. And I want to commend the man behind me, the Speaker of the House, not just for what he did recently, but ladies and gentlemen, what he did as Speaker Pro Tem. And that leads me to the history of this subject matter. This House, this body, all of us took a lot of shots in social media. Everybody was favoring the position of the Senate. But let me tell you the background and the truth on this subject matter. 8 years ago, your House committee, chaired by me, vice chaired by the gentleman from Vicksburg, went to the Speaker Pro Tem back then and said, please give us the permission and the authority to look into drug pricing, manufacturing pricing, and PBM rebates. He said yes. He said if it's the right thing to do, go do it. We proceeded to have hearings. We proceeded to work with the experts associated with the independent pharmacists. experts associated with people that had vast knowledge and expertise on PBMs. As some of you may recall, we drafted language beginning 8 years ago for transparency, openness, sunshine, not just on PBMs, but drug pricing and manufacturing pricing. We passed it, ladies and gentlemen, not just once, not just twice, but 3 times. We passed it to the Senate. That third year, I, on an individual basis, literally walked over and begged the Senate leadership to take this up. We need this sunshine. We need this transparency. We need to try to follow the rebate money because the drug price and costs are continually increasing in this state, costing your citizens, my constituents, and the hard-working men and women a lot of money. They didn't take it up the first year. They didn't take it up the second year. Not even a response the third year. So here we are. I respectfully submit to you today that if the Senate had followed the leadership and the legislation that we drafted those many years ago, we would not be here. We would have the information on drug pricing. We would have the information and the transparency on PBMs, and we would have the ultimate reason as to why drug costs continue to rise. So don't blame the House for a lack of leadership, a lack of work, and taking so long. I usually don't do this. Blame the Senate. Blame the lack of leadership 8 years ago. Blame the lack of leadership 7 years ago, and blame the lack of leadership 6 years ago for the position that we're in today and still not having the answers as to the increase in drug costs. A little perspective. This House, and I told you this, and I made this commitment to you from day one, the poll star consideration, and our main focus was going to be on the ultimate drug costs that your constituents, that your citizens, and the hard-working men and women of this state pay. I kept my word. The House conferees kept their word. Apparently, that was not a concern for the Senate. They wanted to appease one side over the other. We had a conference committee hearing yesterday, and I remember one of the Senate conferees mentioned that we need to do and kind of follow the example set by West Virginia. And I thought to myself, how ironic. That legislation dealing with West Virginia was covering the rebates. Nobody wants to talk about the rebate money. The Senate doesn't want to talk about rebates. Employers don't want to talk about rebates. Independent pharmacists don't want to talk about rebate money and where it goes. Your House conferees did. I proposed not once but twice to the lead Senate conferee that we broach the subject on the rebate money and kind of follow the language of what has taken place in West Virginia. They got pretty quiet. No response. Do I hope this bill reduces the cost of drugs to your constituents back home? Yes. I pray that it does. Will it? Honestly, I don't know. Only time will tell. We were not intimidated by threats and making sure we considered drug costs ultimately. We were not threatened and intimidated by innuendo on social media. I was not intimidated by personal text messages. I was not intimidated by family text messages. It's not easy. But we kept to that poll star consideration, trying to help reduce drug costs. Here we are. We have an agreement. We have a conference report filed. I think everybody negotiated in good faith. Again, I commend everybody for their work. What they've done for the last 3 or 4 days, as you know, back and forth, intense negotiations, beginning around 10 a.m., ending sometimes 7, 8 o'clock at night. Conference report wasn't signed last night until the very last couple of minutes. Thank you for allowing me to give you that perspective and that history, and I'll turn to the merits and issues and provisions of the bill, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, basically sections 1 through 3 is definition in nature, clarifying language. Section 4 requires the PBM to provide a reasonable administrative appellate process so that pharmacies can challenge the reimbursement rate. It also requires that the website of the PBM shall include easily accessible appellate instructions, changes the appeal time to 30 days, provides that if the appeal is upheld, the PBM shall pay the reimbursement costs that the pharmacist paid. The Pharmacy Board is able to promulgate the rules and regulations implemented by this legislation. I want y'all to remember one thing. If I'm not mistaken, Mississippi is, I believe, the only state in this country, and if not, maybe one of only 2, where we are giving oversight of this transparency, sunshine, to the Pharmacy Board. In every other state, it's given to the Department of Insurance. Section 5 includes the PSAOs and the licensing requirement. Section 6 prohibits spread pricing. As you know, that was a main issue on both sides. Section 6 also requires PBMs to disclose the plan sponsor or the employer's rebate money. 100% of the rebate money has to be disclosed under Section 6. And let me remind you, all of the sunshine, the transparency, this disclosure, the notice, that's basically what came from the House and what was in the original House bill. Section 7 is new. It prohibits completely steering. It prohibits PBMs from steering. That is cut out from the ERISA-sponsored plans. Section 8, as we discussed before, prohibits retaliation by the PBMs if the independent pharmacist files an appeal. Section 9, for the purposes of conducting investigations on the PBMs, it authorizes the Board of Pharmacy to conduct audits of the PBM and or the PSAO and allows them to issue subpoenas to any party of interest and to issue subpoena duces tecums for the production of documents. Those documents need to be provided within 7 days after the subpoena duces tecum has been issued. Section 10 is new law. It requires 3 separate entities to submit the disclosure reports to the Board of Pharmacy. Very important. Each and every drug manufacturer that does business in the state of Mississippi shall submit a report to the Board of Pharmacy that includes the current wholesale acquisition cost of that drug. You have complete transparency and disclosure of the acquisition cost to the Board of Pharmacy. Each PBM and PSAO providing services for a health care plan shall provide an annual report with the Board of Pharmacy detailing what and following the instructions that must be contained in that report. That also applies to the healthcare companies. They got to provide the same report each and every year that's required by this bill to the Board of Pharmacy. Section 11 requires the Board of Pharmacy to develop a website, requires the board to publish the information received that I just talked about from each PBM on the website. Obviously, it prohibits the board from disclosing any type of confidential or proprietary information, and it exempts the board from the requirements of the Public Records Act. Section 12 requires both PBMs and PSAOs to identify to the board any ownership affiliation that they have with a pharmacy. So if a PBM or a PSAO has any type of ownership affiliation with a pharmacy, that must be disclosed immediately to the board. Ladies and gentlemen, to avoid unintended consequences, everybody agreed to a 3-year repealer, and the effective date will be July 1 of 2025. That ends my explanation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Well, Gentleman Hill,
Yes, sir.
you did a real good job of explaining the bill, but there's something that disturbed me,
Sure.
and that all this work that you said you've done, you cannot assure our constituents that they're going to get cheaper drug prices.
Gentlemen, as I discussed in detail a couple of minutes ago, I hope that is the case. Since the Senate refused to talk about the rebate money, I have some doubts, but I hope that that is the case. I pray that that's the case. I cannot guarantee that.
Yeah, but we ought not be passing bills just to make the Senate feel good when we cannot give certainty to our people that they're getting some benefits here. We cannot go back and say we're giving them something because we're not giving them anything on this bill.
We're giving them, no, that's not true. We're giving them a lot. We're giving we're giving everybody a lot. I will say this, I will respond to that assertion, and I appreciate where you're coming from, but nothing is certain in life, gentlemen.
I know that, but
nothing is certain in life.
Well, we can do
this
something in this bill, though.
And I'm gonna try to do something next year that goes even further. Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir.
In listening to your explanation and talking about the bill, is there anything mentioned in there about the clawbacks and pulling money back from the pharmacies?
I don't think so, no, sir.
Then, based on that, have you talked with any independent pharmacy after this has come out, the conference report, and are the independent pharmacists in support of this?
Gentlemen, that is, the clawback language has never been approached. No independent pharmacist has ever approached me concerning the clawback language at all.
Okay. But with the conference report that you've done, that you're presenting to us now, would you think that independent pharmacists, is this going to help them, and are they in support of this bill?
Gentlemen, let me answer it this way. Would it help them? Absolutely. They're getting 85% of what they want. Are all of them happy, 100% guaranteed? No. Just like the employers and the businesses are not completely happy. Just like the people that we're standing up for, the citizens and your constituents back home who are paying the drug prices, are not going to be happy. I dealt with, my God, through social media, text messages, emails, 100 independent pharmacists. Are they all going to be happy? No, sir. Should most of them be happy? Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, when you agree that we're from local communities and our voters come from local communities, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And our local communities are not real happy, so it's very difficult for us to vote on this bill. So,
Lady, let me remind you, your local communities are made up of hard-working men and women that are paying these drug costs.
I'm well aware.
Thank you.
I
And
see
we've
it all.
had that discussion.
I see patients skipping days of insulin because they can't afford to pay for it.
And I wish we could go further to try to solve that issue.
Yes, sir, and I'd like to make a motion at the proper time.
All right, you weren't recognized for a motion, but I'm going to recognize you for it. What's your motion, lady?
I'd like to recommit this bill for further work.
All right. I recognize the chairman to respond.
The amount of work that has gone into this, if you recommit it, there's a chance that it's dead. Please vote no as to the lady's motion.
Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? My board's lit up already, so I'm assuming y'all were going to ask questions. All right. Question occurs on the lady's motion to recommit the report. If you favor the lady's motion to recommit, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Noes have it. Insufficient. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You got 10. If you, well, you're all standing up now. You're all standing up now. It's easy to get a roll call if you want it. You just stand up. But you do have to stand up and be proud of your actions, not sit there halfway or in your seat and pop up and down. You stand up for the chair to count. Do you yield for further questions, gentlemen?
A couple of more, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines. For what purpose?
To interrogate, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Gentlemen, you yield.
Gentlemen, I'll yield for a question. I don't know about interrogation, but go ahead.
Well, you hadn't committed a crime yet.
Neither have you, gentlemen.
Can you tell me about line 683, the code section 7321-163? Can you tell me about that, please?
What does it relate to, gentlemen?
I'm trying to figure out where it came from because it was not part of the original language. So was this something part of
If it's not part of the original language, then it came from the discussions and negotiations we had.
So maybe you can help me understand this. Is it possible that brand new code sections are thrown into a conference report that has not been involved in original discussions or debate or legislation?
I'm sorry, gentlemen, restate your question.
What makes a code section enter into a bill that is not part of the original discussion? What makes that happen?
What makes a new code section put into a conference report?
Yeah.
Well, if that's
what is that called?
I mean, I'm assuming that that's the case, but I mean, if that is the case, then just discussions and negotiations between the parties that they reached.
So, are you saying you were not aware that this whole new code section was put in this bill, or you co-signed this new whole section?
I'm aware of every section and just about every line in this bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir, gentlemen.
I'd like to raise a point of order on this piece of legislation.
All right.
And my point of order is there are new code sections that were not included in the original House Bill 1123, and those code sections are as follows: 7321-151, 7321-153, 7321-157, 7321-161, 7321-163.
We don't need it in writing, gentlemen. Everybody in this building knows code sections were added. We appreciate you raising a point of order. It'll be well taken. It will send the bill back to conference where it will almost certainly die, and you can celebrate that with your pharmacist when you see them, because that's what you've done. This wasn't gotcha. Everybody in this chamber knew that code sections were added because the attempt was to make 1123 more suitable to all the parties. You have in effect sent it back. Point of order is well taken, according to Joint Rule 25. Because code sections were indeed added in an attempt to satisfy concerns. We'll go another year. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey, for what purpose?
I had a question.
It got cleared up, didn't it? Gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, I have two beautiful young ladies, Miss Kayla Bates Brantley, which was a heck of a softball player back in her day, and her boss, Casey Stratton. They are from the Mississippi State University Institution of Disability. Y'all make them welcome.
Welcome, lady. Gentlemen, did you say she was a star softball player?
A star softball player. Beauty Queen winner.
Have you got her signed up?
I sure need her help. I ain't gonna tell you no lie.
Lady, we need your help. You don't understand how much. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman.
Introduction out of order.
Yes, sir.
I would like to introduce the doctor of the day. Dr. Lee Holden is back with us, doctor of psychiatry from out of Mississippi State Hospital. He is obviously finding this place environment rich. Thank you, doctor.
Welcome, Doc. Thank you for being here. Gentleman from Tate, Mr. Lamar.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go, with unanimous consent, to go back to the Ways and Means calendar at the proper time.
All right. The gentleman had requested unanimous consent to go to that item. I thought we would go back and try to get in proper order. I know everybody's been very accommodating to the numbers. Does Appropriations wish to take up any of their in-conference bills? If you do, please come forward. We'll try to keep some semblance of order. And then, gentlemen, we'll get right to you. Gentleman from Lafayette, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 5 on the Appropriations calendar, Senate Bill 2730. And
you're recognized to explain that report.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the conference report on our burn care fund. As you remember, our bill mirrored the language of the Senate bill. Our only changes were we were adding a little bit of money from license plates to go to the burn fund. The Senate is opposed to doing that right now, so I would like to go ahead and concur with this, and we'll worry about a funding mechanism at a later date. That's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report?
Move for final passage.
I don't see any. He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 1, House Bill number 1126, and move to recommit for further conference.
All right, ladies, motion is to recommit on item 1, House Bill 1126. I see no one wishing to speak to the motion. If you favor the motion to recommit, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further, lady?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 2, House Bill number 1127, and move to recommit for further conference.
Right, ladies, motion is to recommit on item 2, House Bill 1127. I see no one seeking recognition. If you favor the lady's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, lady.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 3, House Bill number 1131, and this is the conference report for the Local Improvement Project Fund. And the changes to this particular conference report is that we added language to give Jackson State University the authority to construct, furnish, or equip or purchase new residence hall for the $7 million that was appropriated last year. And then on lines 177 for DPS, what we're doing is giving them the authority to pre-plan and design a new Melota and prefabricated building for the range. And then, as everyone knows, ladies and gentlemen, for the local projects bill, it's not any new language, any new money that's in this bill. We just changed language. I'm not going to go through all the projects in the bill. I'll just talk about the ones that were added. We did add new language for the city of Guntown, Mississippi. We added new language for the Pearlington Water and Sewer District. We added new language for Montgomery County. We also added new language for the Walter Anderson Museum of Art. We deleted language to assist the city of Ridgeland. That will have to be reappropriated in the DFA bill. We also deleted language for Marshall County. That will have to be reallocated in the DFA bill. And then we also changed the language for the Harrison County Fire Service. An explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, lady.
I move final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, lady.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 4, Senate Bill number 2146, and move to recommit for further conference.
All right, ladies' motion is to recommit on Senate Bill 2146. Anyone wish to speak to that motion? Seeing none, the question recurs on motion to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 6, Senate Bill number 2840, and move to recommit for further conference.
Ladies' motion is to recommit on item 6, Senate Bill 2840. Anyone wish to speak to that motion? Seeing none, question recurs on the motion to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. It's recommitted for further work. Now we are to Ways and Means. Gentleman from Tate, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is only one item left. That is Senate Bill 2802. I'd move that we adopt the conference report.
All right, you're recognized to explain the report.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you may recall this bill 2802. This is a measure where we tried to help get some additional funding to our fire departments across the state, both municipal and county volunteer fire departments. And so that original bill was going to take significant funds out of the general fund. So we've been working all session to try to find a way to help out the firemen, to get more money to the firemen for equipment. And through the last couple weeks in conference process, we have settled on a different route that we're excited about, and so that's what I'll explain today. We looked at the non-admitted fees on insurance policies. There's a 3% non-admitted fee policy. That money was going according to a different formula. So what this bill does is restructures the formula. It takes care of the wind pool and the trust fund, and then had some monies going to some other places. And so what this bill would do upon passage is it would take the first $500,000 and give it to the trust fund. The next $12 million would go to the wind pool, and then everything above $12 million would be split 40% to the fire truck fund, 30% to the municipal rebate fund, and 30% to the county rebate fund. And it would be total approximately $16 million go into those three funds by doing the formula this way. And so that is an explanation.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yule.
Yes, sir.
So this is considered our fire rebate money. Is that the terminology?
Those are the funds that we're talking about, yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I see no further questions, gentlemen.
Move final adoption.
He moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. I'd recognize the senior gentleman from Holmes, Vice Chairman of Rules, for further introduction. Gentleman from Holmes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we have some more special recognitions. The first one we're going to do is House Resolution number 130, commending the Quitman High School boys and girls powerlifting team. Commend them on winning the MHSAA Class 4-8 state championship. Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield the podium to the gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith, for further introduction.
Gentleman from Clark will be recognized to tell us all the great things about his home, folks. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the North Gallery today, we have the boys 4A state powerlifting champs in-house today. Their head coaches, Coach Darrell Jones, assistant coach Curtis Lilly, and we have one young man in the 190 class pound division that set a new state record on squats. He squatted 670 pounds. Y'all please make them welcome. Also from Quitman High School, Clark County, Mississippi, we have the girls state champion 4As. This school won the boys and the girls. Their head coach is Mr. Coach Charlie Sorto, and may I also say his dad with the same school in Quitman High School in 2000 won the state championship as well, and he passed it on to his son. Coach Sorto and his assistant coach is his daughter, Molly Sorto. Will y'all please make them welcome? Traveling them today is Dr. Minnie Dace, the Superintendent, Athletic Director Brian Goodman, and Principal Martell Evans. Thank y'all for coming to the house today. Thank y'all.
Congratulations. Congratulations, young people and coaches. You represent your school and your family and your community very well, and you're to be commended. Thank you for what you do for our state. Outstanding. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to draw your attention to the South Gallery now. In the South Gallery, we have some national champs. And in the South Gallery with the gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felcher, along with the coaches, we have the Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College men's golf team. And they're the winner of the National Junior College 2024 National Championship. On behalf of the Mississippi House of Representatives, we commend you and congratulate you on your amazing season and look forward to great things in the future. Thank you.
Congratulations to you all on a fine season. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Mr. Speaker, introduction out of order.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the South Gallery today, we had the pleasure of having Mr. Todd Terrell from the Cajun Navy. Mr. Todd is right now working in Tylertown, Mississippi. Ever since Katrina, when his family was wiped out in Baton Rouge, they started the boats on the Cajun Navy that went to the Gulf Coast, and they go all throughout America rescuing people that's trapped. During the Jackson water freeze, everybody talks about the 5 18-wheelers I summed up here. That's what those 18-wheelers, with one phone call, he had 18-wheelers coming out of Tennessee, Atlanta, Georgia, and by way of Texas. Let's please make him welcome and thank him for what he do for the state of Mississippi.
Thank you, gentlemen. You honor us by being here today. Thank you for your good work. Gentleman from Tate, Mr. Lamar, for what purpose?
Speaker, to ask that we need a table on the motion to reconsider calendar, if we could do that real quick. On the motion to reconsider calendar, item 2, Senate Bill 3165, I'd move to table.
Does anyone object to the gentleman going to the motion to reconsider calendar to take up an item there? Is there objection? Hearing none, gentlemen, your item 2, Senate Bill 3165, your motion is to table the motion to reconsider. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? Seeing none, question occurs on the gentleman's motion to table. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford. While he's coming down, gentleman from Union, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the North Gallery, it's an incredible honor to recognize the Ingomar Lady Falcons for a truly historic achievement. Both girls basketball and volleyball teams have done what very few have ever accomplished, 3 straight championships in their respective sports. With them is Representative Massengill with resolutions honoring their achievements. So Lady Falcons, you've made Ingomar proud, you've made Union County proud, and you made the House of Representatives proud. Congratulations on your achievements.
Congratulations. Congratulations, ladies and coaches, on representing your school and your community and your families well. You're to be commended on an outstanding season. I enjoyed watching it from afar. Coach, you got some killers, no doubt. Congratulations on a fine year. All right, gentleman from Covington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the in-conference general bills, asked to go to item number 1, House Bill 291, and called up the conference report.
293, gentlemen.
3, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is basically the same bill that we passed out here earlier. There were some issues with making sure that the deadline for qualification was uniform throughout the bill, and so that's the only changes that were made in conference. Otherwise, the same bill that we have passed nearly unanimously, and that's the description.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 113 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. You have further work, gentlemen?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Asked to skip down to item number 4, House Bill 811, and call up the conference report.
All right. Is there objection to the gentleman skipping down to item 4? Hearing none, you're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is less than what had passed in our original bill, and I'll explain the differences. In the original bill, there was an appeal process. If you were aggrieved by the executive committee of your party, you could appeal that to the Secretary of State first and then to the Circuit Court. This removes the Secretary of State appeal. You would go just with current law from the Executive Committee to the Circuit Court. So that's back to current law on that. It keeps the language regarding you're disqualified from seeking office if you have voted outside of that jurisdiction within 2 years. Previously, that was just one factor among others that they could consider your residence, but that's disqualifying. However, there were some concerns from some of you regarding if your district had changed, if the district lines had been changed within those 2 years, but you had actually not moved residences. There is language that has been inserted for that to take care of that issue. So it should make it a better bill in that regard. As far as the fine levied against the parties for failure to timely remit their qualifying list to the Secretary of State, we have put a cap on that. Previously, there was no cap on what that fine could be. The conference report puts a cap of no more than $2,500 on that fine. And I believe that is a description of the changes in the conference report, and I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the report? You have a question, lady? Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
You and I have talked about this bill at length. I do see this bill as a way to limit who can run for office. I know that you mentioned that if the voter or the candidate has voted outside of its district due to redistricting, that would not count against them. But can you explain to me how voting legally in a different jurisdiction makes someone unfit to run for office?
Well, if when you go to vote, you're claiming that you reside where you vote. If you don't reside where you vote, that's voter fraud. So this is to make sure that if someone seeks to run for office and they've been voting in the next county over within 2 years, then they should not be qualified to run for office. When they sign that qualifying paper, when you and I sign that qualifying paper to run for office, we're certifying that we have met the requirements. Well, that's one of the requirements. Previously, that's just one factor where you have been voting. If it's outside your district or inside your district, that's just one factor among others to determine residence, determine your domicile in which you could be disqualified. This would make it disqualifying. So it's just putting a few more teeth into what is already existing law. But I think you would agree with me that if I've been voting in Hinds County, I shouldn't be able to run for office in Covington County, and vice versa.
Well, if you decide to move to that area, you surely should be able to vote, and you've lived there for 2 years. But let me ask you this, Mr. Chairman. Does this open the door, since you stated that this would be considered voter fraud, does this open the door for potential candidates to be accused of voter fraud and potentially challenged in court for attempting to qualify for office if they have voted in an area outside of the office for which they are seeking?
You talking about challenge in court, you mean criminal penalties for voter fraud?
Yes.
It doesn't affect any of that. I mean, that's current law, so it doesn't affect that at all. It's just, this is just setting standards on the executive committees over whether someone is qualified to seek the office that they are intending to seek.
Okay, so if a candidate qualifies with the executive committee and they have voted outside of the area for which they hope to represent, they would be committing voter fraud?
Well, no, if they have voted outside of where they live, they're committing voter fraud anyway. This is just whether they can be duly qualified by the executive committee.
Okay. This bill also includes language around disenfranchisement.
What line are you looking at?
I don't know the specific line, but I believe that I read that if you've been convicted of a felony outside of the state, which we know, if you've been convicted of a felony outside of the state, that has no bearing on your right to vote inside of the state.
Right. Council tells me that if there's anything in there like that, that's current law. That none of that was affected by our bill or this conference report.
So
what that's probably speaking to is when we qualify to run for office, current law, we're signing that we are not convicts of a felony. So that's current law as far as qualifying for office.
And that's for any office?
Is that any office you can't be convicted of a felony? Council says yes.
So the person that sits in the president's office has been convicted of a felony. So with this bill, he would not be able to qualify. Well, he wouldn't qualify anyway, prayerfully, if he doesn't try to change the Constitution. But he would not be qualified to run for office, correct?
I would assume not, but any of that's current law, lady. We're just on the conference report now.
Okay, I think the answer to that is no. Okay. My other question is, are there any safeguards in place in this bill that would prevent the targeting of particular opponents or candidates?
Targeted by whom?
Targeted by the executive committees or the Secretary of State's office?
Well, this bill does not give the Secretary of State's office any more authority than they have now.
Okay.
So no, the executive committee is a private entity. I mean, the state's not, I mean, I guess if they wanted to disqualify someone and qualify someone else that they shouldn't, then someone else can challenge that qualification in front of the executive committee. But it doesn't, I mean, humans are humans, and they could target someone, I guess, but there's an appeals process for that.
Can you walk us through the appeals process?
The appeals process would stay as it is with current law. So it would first be challenged to the executive committee, and if you're dissatisfied with their decision, you can appeal to the circuit court.
Okay, and is there some type of bond that's required for that?
Yes, there is, but that's current law. None of that's changed.
The court bond is already current law?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am.
Further questions on the bill? Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to read your bill, Mr. Chairman. I'm just, for a little clarification. For various offices we got in the state, there's different residency requirement. And I know for legislators it's 2 years. I think for justice court judges it's 2 years. But for some offices, the statute just simply say they have to be a resident of that. So are we basically setting everybody to a 2-year residency requirement?
Counsel, correct me in something I said previously. I said it was 2 years. It's 2 years for most offices, right? But it's the statute doesn't actually say 2 years. It says if you voted outside the jurisdiction you seek to represent within the time period that you are required to have lived there. So that for those offices that's less than 2 years, it would be less than 2 years.
And that's a good clarification. I feel a lot better about your bill now, gentlemen. So there are situations where it actually says a resident by the time you're sworn in. So those people, that still would apply to them, correct?
That's right.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, could I get the essence that prompted this particular legislation? What circumstances created this? Is kind of like, from my perspective, if it's not broke, don't fix it. What prompted you to bring forth this?
Well, you'd have to ask the author. I'm not the author, but there have been circumstances, gentlemen, where the executive committees of different parties have qualified someone, give them the stamp of approval, they meet the qualifications when they actually don't, when they have voted outside of the jurisdiction within the time period that they're required to have lived in that jurisdiction. And aggrieved parties would have to bear the cost of taking them to court to have a court look at the history of this person's voting and other things to say that actually, no, they have not lived in that jurisdiction a sufficient amount of time.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Gentlemen, now does this change special charter cities like,
Does not apply to municipalities.
it does not apply to municipalities. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions on the report.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 91 yeas, 23 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you'll look to the South Gallery, we have some of our teen-packed youth that are in town this week learning the legislative process. They will write bills, they will elect a speaker, they will vote and present those bills. They'll leave here knowing it better than us, and many of them are your constituents, so if you would welcome them to the Capitol this morning, welcome. We're glad you guys are here.
Good to have you in your capital today. Good-looking group of young people. Welcome. All right, gentlemen. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 2, House Bill 602, and concur on the conference report.
All right, you are recognized to explain the report.
It's the same bill that we passed earlier on. All we did was add a task force to coincide with the Mississippi tourism to promote Mississippi seafood. It's the explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. You have further work, gentleman from Hancock?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. With consent to go to item 31, Senate Bill 2263. Call it up and confer on the conference report.
All right. Gentleman wishes to go over to item 31, Senate Bill 2263. I hear no objection, gentlemen. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
You're recognized to explain that report.
All we did was change one language in the oyster lease from where the DMR had 80%, we put up to 80% lease. Any land not leased will return back to the public, and that's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Grenada, Mr. Horan, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to be recognized and move forward to conference reports appropriate time. Great.
All right. Now would be the time, gentlemen. Where do you wish to go to, gentlemen?
Item number 23, Mr. Speaker. I believe it is. Make sure. Yes, item number 20, House Bill 1509 would be the first one.
Right, gentleman's requested to go to item 23, House Bill 1509. I hear no objection. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This represents the compromise and agreement between both chambers to set the district attorney's salaries at 95% of the Chancery and Circuit Court judges, and that also represents basically splitting the baby between our position of $1,000 below the judge's salary, and the Senate position was their bill came over at 90%, and we compromised at 95% of judge's salary. And Mr. Speaker, that is an explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 111 yeas, 1 nay. The report is adopted. Further work, gentlemen?
Yes, no, Mr. Speaker. Next item is 24 on the calendar, House Bill 1544, and would like the opportunity to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what we did, basically, when we brought this bill to you before, it had both of the circuit court districts and chancery court districts. This bill, House Bill 1544, only has the circuit court districts in it. The Senate bill has the chancery court districts in it, and I will go forward with what the circuit court changes are. I'll refresh everybody's recollection, and I'll basically start how I did it last time. I started at the top of the state, moved my way down, and explained whatever changes there were. And there are changes that begin this very next election cycle. That changes. DeSoto County will have a new judge, circuit court judge, and that bringing it to 3 circuit court judges. That's now identified as district number 21. It used to be district number 23. That is the only change this fall, I believe, that we will have in the election process. Going to the 2026 cycle where the judges take office in 2027, there are no changes in the First Circuit Court District other than the fact that you'll have a residency requirement, Pontotoc, Itawamba, and Monroe County. 1 judge will be elected from Lee County, 1 from Alcorn, Prentice, and Tishomingo, and 1 judge will be elected from the district as a whole. There are no changes in district number 3. District number 17 has no changes. District 11 has no changes in the 27 cycle. 4 has no changes. 22 has no changes. 9 has no changes in the 27 cycle. There is a change that contemplates a collapsing of Copiah, Jefferson, the Claiborne County District into, like we had in our original bill, that would be a district with Hinds County. There is a substantive change in that Claiborne County will be now a sub-district and not a residency requirement. And also the 4 sub-districts that are identified in Hinds County will likewise, the current sub-districts will remain sub-districts as they are. Claiborne and Jefferson will be a sub-district similar to the sub-district in Hinds County. And we also add the 7-6 sub-district, which is the CCID district, which will collapse in the 2035 cycle. Headed back over toward the east portion of the state, District 8 has no change. District 10 does have a change. District 10 does lose Wayne County. Wayne County finds its way down to a district that used to be Jones County, which is 18, now will be Jones, Wayne, Greene, and George, with a residency requirement of Wayne, Greene, and George. Jackson County, which is District 19, becomes its own district, single county district. Harrison, Hancock, and Stone, which is 2, remains in place. You go to the 15th district, coming back west. Walthall is joined in with Marion and Lamar and Pearl River. The effect of that is that Jeff Davis and Lawrence goes into a district with Lincoln and Copiah. In the southwest corner, Pike County becomes part and parcel of District 6. The sub-districts that are in place at this point in time remain sub-districts as they are. Pike County becomes District 6-3, and that sub-district is just like other sub-districts. The candidate will be elected from Pike County, and must be a resident of Pike County at the time of qualification. 2031 circuit court districts make these changes. Going back to DeSoto County, you will have a, strike that, I'm going to go back to 2027. DeSoto County adds a judge in 2027, and also you will have an additional judge added in Jackson County in 2027, when Jackson County becomes a standalone district. There are changes along the river, which is 11th Circuit Court districts. We will be eliminating sub-districts that include precinct lines, with the exception of District 9 and District 6. District 11, Bolivar will be sub-district 11-1. Cahoma, Quitman, and Tunica will be sub-district 11-2. Sunflower and Washington County will have 2 judges elected from that sub-district. Humphreys, Holmes, and LaFleur will have 2 judges elected from that sub-district. Yeah, that district that used to be 21, which included Humphreys, Holmes, and Yazoo, will be collapsed. The portion of Yazoo County is divided into 2 circuit court sub-districts as identified by precinct in Yazoo and parts of Warren County. Sharkey, Issaquena, and parts of Warren County are 9-1. Hinds County changes as follows. You will have a sub-district 7-1 with 4 places, with no longer having sub-districts, but you will have that will be a sub-district Hinds County in and of itself, and the CCID will be a sub-district 7-3. Hinds County will have 4 places in that particular sub-district. Claiborne Jefferson sub-district remains the same. Basically, Mr. Speaker, as far as the circuit court map, that is the only change from the map. There are substantive changes in the bill that include the fact that you have to be a resident of the sub-district which you're elected out of, or the residency requirement that you're elected out of at the time that you qualify for office. You cannot move into the sub-district and be sworn in anymore if you live outside the district. That's basically the changes. There is one change in there that makes reference to the fact that the gentleman from Gulfport asked me about change involving court terms. We will address that through further legislation and correct that by the next cycle, basically requiring that a certain amount of time elapse between court terms. That was negotiated out of the bill, but I'm confident that we can correct that before the 2027 cycle, because we've got some minor things to do next year. Basically, Mr. Speaker, that's an explanation of the bill. Lafayette County does maintain its judge in the 2031 cycle. I skipped over that. That was originally the House position. Lafayette County gets an additional residency requirement judge in the 3rd district. And that's my explanation of House Bill 1544.
All right, before we get to questions, I see we've got several. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey. I believe he's got an introduction out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'll draw your attention to the North Gallery. We have a good-looking group from the Brandon High School Choir. Their choir names are B19, Bellas, Brio, Brilliance. Their directors are Charlie and Lauren Woodward, Kathleen Arsino, and Angie Rawls. Please help me make them welcome. They'll be performing in the Rotunda at 11:45.
Welcome to you all. Good to have you here at your Capitol today. If y'all had been here a little earlier, you could have joined in with Representative Byrd when he sang to us the opening prayer this morning. Welcome to your Capitol. Very good to have you here. All right, we'll return to the conference report in question. Lady from Hinds, Ms. Summers, for a question. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at the proposed circuit court districts for 2031 for Hinds. So, so 7-1 means that the judges will be running countywide.
Yes, ma'am. Just countywide. They will not run in 7-2, which is Claiborne Jefferson.
And then the folks that will be elected will be the top 4 judges.
Well, you'll have places, you identify a place that you want to run in. It's not in the herd. It used to be what you call in the herd, but that's not going to be in the herd. You'll elect a place 1 through 4, and one of those, if a judge wants, an individual, a candidate wants to run for one of those places, they say, I'm going to run in place 1, place 2, place 3, place 4.
Gotcha. And then for sub-district 7-3, that district is not countywide.
No, ma'am. It's not. It's elected from that sub-district, but any candidate from the county can run in that sub-district.
No residency requirements. Any candidate.
Inside, it's just like every other sub-district. You have to live in the district to run. Technically, somebody out of Claiborne and Jefferson County could run in 7-3. They're inside the circuit court district. But, lady, that judgeship terminates in 2035.
Okay.
You understand? That's an 8-year judgeship, short-term judgeship, and it evaporates at the second cycle.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, we talked about this when the bill first came through, and we talked about the criteria in which you looked at.
Mm-hmm.
We had some statutory criteria as well as something you and the chairman came up with. What criteria did y'all use in conference?
In what?
In conference. What criteria did y'all go by?
Gentlemen, like I told you before, we didn't have any basic, other than the statutory requirement. We had numerous things that we looked at other than caseload, things of that nature. We also looked at demographics, days in court, talked with judges, talked with the needs of clerks, talked with staffing issues, talked about a lot of different things as criteria that we used. And some of the criteria, gentlemen, basically came by virtue of the fact of having conversations with judges that were going off the bench, some that were just gotten on the bench, about needs of the districts, things of that nature, population trends. Also, due to the fact that we're getting to this map in 2025, we felt like it was a need for us to at least try to develop a map, as you can tell, that gets into the next decade, so we won't have to go through this again. Maybe this map can be adopted by the legislature when they get to the 2030 cycle.
And gentlemen, you said something that kind of got my attention. You said caseload, okay?
That's one factor, no doubt.
So these districts, you looked at caseload. So the numbers been run for these new districts on what their caseload going to be?
Yes, they have. I don't have them with me, but I mean, you can look at it you have it by county. You can look by the counties.
Do we know the deviation from the one with the lowest caseload to the one with the highest? Do we happen to know what that deviation may be?
I don't, gentlemen.
We don't know that?
No, sir.
Okay.
And I'm just, I'll be, for purposes of explanation, caseload was a factor, but some of the areas that had extraordinarily high caseloads, due to the fact that they had the ability to have, judges that were able to move those caseloads, they didn't ask, and they lined up, probably like in the first district, to qualify or have some consideration for an additional judge, but they didn't have that much carryover docket, so, and also they were moving cases. So I'm willing to, and I think, gentlemen, you as well, that if they're willing to take on more caseload and it costs the state less money, I'm not going to have a problem with that.
But we don't know what the deviation is.
I didn't have any deviation.
Let's talk about population. What's the deviation as far as the populations with these districts?
I didn't have a deviation population because a deviation in any population just because some of these districts were larger that didn't want to be messed with, and that was a consideration that the Senate had, and also our position was, but the population in some of these districts have, per judge, you just can't do it like that because of the days in court that they have, and whether or not they're having, as far as circuit, having revocations, having motion hearings, just a lot of different factors, gentlemen, that you have to look at.
So you just said you had some that didn't want to mess with. How did we determine which ones made that request that we wasn't going to mess with?
That's not what I said. What I said was that some judges said that they were able to manage their caseload and they were able to move forward on extremely large caseloads. And when I reached out to them and say, it looks like y'all need another judge, and they say, we're moving our caseload along. We do not need an additional judge.
Okay.
And and there were some districts that qualified for possibly getting additional judges, and talked to staff, I talked to clerk, talked to DAs, talked to all those individuals, and when you start configuring some of these districts, and you're looking at it and you say, well, they're apparently moving along and their caseload's very high, and they have probably a need, it appears that they have for a need. When you dive into the numbers, they actually don't need any more additional judges.
And gentlemen, let me ask you this, with Hinds County, being the most populous county in the state.
That's not, you're talking about county, yes, but not district. Yeah, okay.
In addition to that being the capital city, tell me the school of thought in taking Hinds County and putting it with other counties.
Well, the school of thought as far as taking Hinds County and putting it with other, like with Claiborne and Jefferson.
The capital city as well as the most populous county in the state.
Well, the most populous county in the state apparently needed additional judge work. They asked for 2 judges, and as you well know how the litigation went, and I felt like, or the committee felt like, in conversations with members of the bench as well as members of the Senate, that a combination of Hinds County with other counties where they already had infrastructure in place that could assist in creating a good district where cases could get moved along, and that came up to be Claiborne and Jefferson as the 2 counties.
Well, gentlemen, I understand what you're saying, but why we couldn't do it like DeSoto County? Just add an additional judge to that district. Wouldn't that have fixed the problem?
It doesn't seem that with 11,500 cases on the docket, that would have eliminated the problem, gentlemen, to be honest with you.
So fixing the problem was to
fixing
add
the problem
additional
was
counties?
additional. We did what the Hinds County bar and Hinds County judges asked for, additional judgeships. And also, if you look at Claiborne and Jefferson, and you also look at that Copiah district, their numbers did not support adding a judge to that district, gentlemen. And also, one of the criteria that we established was that we were going to eliminate single judge districts. So when you look at the combination of those factors, combination of those factors and combination of the factors that things that are going on in Hinds County, it just made sense that Claiborne and Jefferson created a good fit for the district with Hinds County. Currently, the sitting judge in that area has court administrator. She's got a court reporter. She's got an office. We've got problems in Hinds County currently with judges having available court space, places to have motion hearings, places for judges, their offices and stuff. That was eliminated. It would not have been eliminated, gentlemen, by just adding judges to Hinds County. And I hate that, but that's part of it.
So again, the answer is adding additional counties to it.
Excuse me.
But let me ask you this. I want to be clear. That criteria you just mentioned.
That's part of the criteria. That is not the entire criteria.
But the criteria that you mentioned about one district judge.
Single judge districts.
Yeah. And I want to be clear. That's not in the statute.
It
That's
is not in the
something that you and the
statute.
chairman came up with.
No, we agree between the chambers and that we would no longer have any single judge districts in circuit or chancery.
Mr. Chairman, I'm splitting hairs here, but that's not in a resolution or a bill anywhere, correct?
No, it's not,
Okay,
it's in the law.
The single districts?
No, it's in the law that the chambers can come up with any other reasonable criteria. It's a catch-all phrase in it.
But the only
It's
way
not required that once you establish a single judge district, that you can't establish a criteria to eliminate single judge districts.
only way this body speaks is through resolution when we speak to it. So we hadn't passed a resolution.
No, we didn't pass a law, we shouldn't have
So
it.
the body has not spoken.
Oh, you're talking about this chamber hadn't spoken?
Yeah.
No, of course
Okay.
not, no.
Leadership.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Tell me this, next redistricting is gonna be 2030, correct?
Well,
I mean, not
I don't know.
redistricting,
I mean, the
next
statute
census.
says every 10
Census.
years, we're 5 years into the next census will be
Correct. So
every 10 years.
when some of this, when majority of this is going in effect, in fact, we'll be in the middle of another census.
No, sir.
We're not gonna do a census in 2030?
Not when the majority of this goes into effect.
Well, when some of it go into effect, it'll be 2030.
A very small portion of this will be affected by the census numbers. The changes in 2031.
2031. The year after.
2031
Okay.
changes, there's nothing in the census that's going to change this.
But what I'm getting at is we're doing the census and then it'll be right back up on this body to redistrict again.
Not
Sometime
necessarily.
after 2030.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily we have to do it in 2030. What I'm telling you is that this plan, while we made these changes toward 2030, anticipating continued population trends, now this body, whether you're here, I'm here, whoever's here, they can take this map and take the current plan. If they want to change it at that point in time in 2030, they certainly can, gentlemen.
Correct. And statutorily, we would have to take a look at it in somewhere in that decade. Would you agree?
Between that time and where we are right now.
2035.
That's correct.
Okay. So what thought went into having it go in effect 3 years, 4 years before we have to take a look at it again? Why not just wait and...
Well, gentlemen, I think that to be honest, completely honest with you, those are conversations I've had with members of this chamber, and also certain conversations that I've had with members of the other chamber about whether or not it was fair for us to make any changes in the 2027 cycle or not, or wait until the 2030 cycle to make those changes.
Okay. That's fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough?
Yeah. You know, I told you last time, I'm just trying to make a record, you know?
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the chairman will yield.
Yes, sir.
Does the House have any understanding with the Senate as to which bill is brought forth for approval, conference report for approval first?
Do we have an agreement as to what conference report?
Yeah. Which conference report?
We're bringing the circuit out first, and then we will bring the chancery out after they bring out their conference report.
Okay. And do you know at this point, has the Senate
I don't know.
Acted on any report?
My understanding is bringing it out this morning.
I don't believe you mentioned what occurred in the 12th Circuit District, but from looking at the map and reading the report.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'll revisit that if you want me to.
My understanding, no change.
No changes other than our original position that had that majority-minority districts gone because we didn't pick up those other counties, gentlemen.
Okay, so it's just like it is at this time?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
I'm sorry I didn't bring it up originally.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes.
Gentlemen, do you foresee this proposed map being subject to any constitutional challenges in the future?
I can't imagine that. I mean, I can't say whether or not there's going to be a challenge constitutionally. I can't say that. But all I can say is I don't believe there's going to be a successful challenge to it.
Okay. Part of the one of the districts, well, the gentleman from Holmes spoke a lot about the Jefferson Claiborne districts.
Yes.
Now, you are aware that those districts were created because of a court ruling already,
Yes.
federal court ruling.
I'm certainly aware of that.
All right. And then, so there's already established precedents as it relates to that judicial district.
Not in my opinion, gentlemen.
Okay, well, I understand that.
Well, I won't say there's not precedent. I think there was established those judicial districts for a purpose.
It had to be based on some type of legal precedent. Is that correct?
Yes, it was based on an order that basically laid out the necessity for those sub-districts at the time in 1996, gentlemen.
Okay.
That was filed, and I think it was actually came down maybe the year after that.
Now, you all mentioned several different criterias that you use in developing this map.
Right.
Could you be more specific on?
Well, I'll try to be if I can.
Can you be more specific as it relates to caseload, population, any of those things?
I mean, gentlemen, I've got all those figures in my office, things that we considered. I don't have them with me, and I've had every member that needed to talk about it able to come. I've left my door open, including to you, gentlemen. I don't have those with me, but those are factors that we considered: caseload, movement of cases, demographics, population, community connections, things of that nature, whether or not certain areas, economically deprived areas, things of that nature. And that's, gentlemen, one of the reasons I went back to the sub-districts, because several members along the river said it's just not, it's fundamentally unfair for judges in our district to run 150 miles and we can't raise the money, we can't, and I've talked to judges up there. They're having problems with getting staff. They're having problems with getting the counties to provide resources, and some of those things need to be addressed. And I think some of those things can be addressed.
I think you've done the best you can to address those issues, gentlemen. I'm not attacking you. I'm just asking specific questions.
Sure. But all the criteria that you're asking about, I wish that it could have just been the statutory criteria, but it just doesn't work out like that.
Well, I have just a couple more questions, gentlemen.
Sure.
What is wrong with letting the districts stay where they are?
Well, again, the criteria that we established, there would be no single judge districts, and also we would also look at situation involving population, caseload, all those other things. Well, gentlemen, we're stewards of the not only the taxpayers' money, but I feel a responsibility to make sure that the judiciary operates in an effective fashion.
Understood. Now that's what I was getting to, the taxpayers' money. Now the body passed a massive tax cut, and I see some things in the bill. I'm appreciative of adding more staff attorneys, more things to help the judges. But are we going to run into a problem in 5 years paying for it?
Gentlemen, if you'll get with me next year, I've got a couple ideas on how we can eliminate some of the burden on on the judiciary, and I'm hopeful that all the stakeholders can get with me and we can move forward on some things.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Was a gentleman here.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Was a gentleman here?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, gentlemen, the people of Jones County are very upset because you keep saying that somebody decided that there would not be any single
No, ma'am, I didn't
judge districts.
I didn't say that.
Well, so then will you form me so that the people of Jones County can understand what it is that you're doing?
Okay, I'll make perfectly clear.
What criteria made you, the committee, the Senate, all of the people who were involved decide to eliminate Jones County's single judicial district for the circuit?
Can I tell you something just briefly? My grandfather started practice in 1927 in this state. My daddy started practice in 1959. I got 3 brothers, 2 nieces, and a son that practiced law in this state. I've been all over the state. I know practitioners from everywhere. I can't find one practitioner, not one, that has told me we need single judge districts.
I think our judge said it.
I see one.
I think our judge said it.
You understand? I'm telling you, lady, and I'm not saying there's good judges in single judge districts out there. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm saying it's a bad idea. Moving forward, it was a bad idea when they created them.
And it was.
Period.
Can I ask you how long
Sure,
has Jones County been a single?
Since 1515.
Okay. So it was a good idea for 500 and some years. It just got to be a bad idea this year.
No, ma'am.
Okay, gentlemen, can you tell me how many new judges?
You're wrong. You're wrong
How
about
many new judges does this proposal create?
In the 23rd, in this entire map,
The entire map, yes.
I
for
think
both
we
times.
have a net of +2, I believe.
Okay, plus 2 judges. And can you tell us how much additional staff does this proposal create?
You're talking about statewide?
Yes, because we're the ones got to pay for
Gentle lady,
it.
I will tell you that if you look at staff, I don't really know. The judges basically have the ability to, they can share legal staff, they can share, the potential is for basically either 4 to 6 increase in judge staff on the circuit court.
Well, the reason I ask you that question, gentlemen, is because I noticed that in this one, we're creating 4 assistants, 2 additional assistants.
Whereas, now you said court staff. They don't work for the court.
Well, who pays for that?
Who pays for the court?
Who pays for these new assistants?
Well, it depends. In this particular bill, we the people pay for.
Okay. Would it be we the people at the state level or we the people at the county level?
Well, you have to look at the provision that provides the creation of the assistant DA. Some of those positions are county paid, but in your area, those are state paid assistants. The county will not.
So they're state paid in,
yes, ma'am.
In our area. And you, the gentleman from Southwest Mississippi asked you, Jefferson asked you, could you tell us what the overall fiscal note of this proposal would be?
I can't tell you what the overall fiscal note on this would be.
Okay, so we don't know that.
No.
Now, for Jones County, you discussed the reasonable criteria that was utilized in making the decisions on all of these. Because the people of Jones County are listening.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what the criteria, whether it was reasonable or unreasonable, but the criteria that was used to take our circuit judge all the way to Greene County? Can you tell us the criteria that was used for that?
No, ma'am. He goes all the way to George County.
Well, nearly about to Greene,
yeah,
George.
Right. The
criteria
criteria was, first of all, some of the criteria, I can't name it all right now, but some of the criteria was to eliminate single judge district. Jones County was a single judge district. And also, it's also considered, if you'll look at this map in general, you're looking at areas in where you're going to have anchor counties, what we call hub counties, things of that nature that will either be a base for a populated area and try to connect them, if at all possible, with some of the rural areas. That's part of the criteria. And that's what kind of happened in Jones County as far as Wayne, Greene, and George. The population in Jackson County was that it would justify in the 2031 map to be, or basically now to be a single county district. And it's no larger, gentle lady, it's no larger than a number of the districts if you look at the map. It's smaller. I would say it's no larger than 50%, 75% of the districts on this map, lady.
Well, it's larger from our perspective because we had a single county judicial district. Okay. Well, let me ask you this, gentlemen. The people are upset also because in this bill, you're saying that you took us all the way to George County, as I said before.
No, ma'am, I didn't take you down.
Well, your proposal does. Because I know I have to be clear with you lawyers.
Right.
So your proposal does. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a person, a wayfaring stranger trying to get home. So my people in Jones County that's listening, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm talking to a lawyer.
Yes, ma'am. You're smart enough to be one, I promise.
You took us all the way to George County.
In this map, yes, ma'am.
Do you know how far that is from Fifth Avenue, where the courthouse is in Laurel in Jones County?
I actually, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know how you would get there, but I think someone told me it'd take about an hour and 10 minutes to get there. Is that fair? Is that about right?
An hour and 10 minutes.
I think that would be, I think that's what someone told me, because I asked that question, lady. And when I did some of the other districts, well, I also asked that question about other districts. And distance was a concern. Geographic distances was a concern when we put maps together.
And that has been, and did you speak to our circuit judge?
He wrote me a couple of letters.
Did you speak to him in person?
I did not speak to him.
Well, gentlemen, may I say to you that he is very upset about this change.
I understand he is. I will have to say this, lady. I spoke at the conference last year, and he asked some questions about redistricting and asked some questions about criteria, and I think Judge Williamson asked some questions about the elimination of single judge districts, and he expressed his concern, I believe, he can correct me if I'm wrong, about that criteria. He did, I think, but he hasn't come to my office, and I haven't talked to him on the phone since that conference.
Okay, and then can you explain?
But I have spoken to members of the bar and talked to members, courthouse staff. I'm just talking about in general conversations, and members of this body as well, including yourself.
Okay, the last thing I'm going to ask you, because
Yes,
I want you to explain this to the citizens of Jones County.
Yes, ma'am.
Can they vote in this place too, the citizens in Jones County?
You're talking about it's the sub-district? Yes, ma'am.
But the citizens of Jones County can't have a Jones Countyan running in place too, right?
If that individual wants to move to place 2 and run in place 2, a Jones Countyan can run in and become a resident of that place 2 and get elected.
Okay, but we have had the 18th Circuit Court District since 1515, according to you.
I think
and now,
lady, I think it's somewhere around the 40s or 50s, I believe. Is that right, isn't it?
Or a little bit earlier.
I can't remember.
Well, let me ask you, what was the thinking of the committee or you or whomever to say that someone from Jones County could not compete in both of these places?
Well, we got residency requirements all up and down the state, lady, and it's not unique to that district. It's also like that in 1st District, 3rd District, 16th District. It's all up and down the state. They're not getting mistreated. I know it's new to Jones County, and it's a thought that's completely new, and a process going to be completely new. But the thought process was to have residency requirements that members of this chamber, including some of the people that came to me about in this area, George, Green, Perry, Stone, Walthall, Marion, Covington. I want to make sure that there's an opportunity for rural counties to have a judge elected from those areas, if at all possible.
Well, why didn't you just do that? Why are you making our judge, but why are you making our judge have to go all the way to George and Greene County? If you wanted to give George, Greene, Wayne, and whomever else that you wanted to give a judge to, gentlemen, why didn't you just give them a judge and leave and not make our judge have to go all the way nearly to the Gulf Coast? 115 or however many miles.
An hour and 15 minutes. I don't understand your question. I'm not.
Well, let me see if I can say it to you. I'm not a lawyer.
Okay.
Just take off your lawyer hat and put on your person hat.
Yes, ma'am. That's hard to do on this bill, though, to be honest with you.
Just try. We had a single judicial district in Jones County.
Yes, ma'am.
Where our judge worked in Jones County.
Correct.
At the Elliswood Courthouse and at the Laurel Courthouse.
Correct.
Now you want him to go all the way to George County and Greene County and Wayne County under this proposal, right?
He's a good judge. I think he'll do a good job in those counties.
But you want him to drive all the way to those places, right?
Yes, ma'am. I hate that for him.
Okay. So if those people in those rural areas, and you wanted them to have a judge, gentlemen, and there was a need for a judge, and you haven't said whether there was a need for a judge there or not.
They got to have a judge.
Well, they had one in the original iteration of what we have right now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my question to you is, if you wanted to change it, why not just let them create some district if it's needed for them, and not mess with our judge, not make our judge have to go down there? Because if he's such a good judge and if we're such good people, I don't know about the other folks, since we don't have a criteria that is applicable across the board, a standard criteria. So my question to you is, why can't Jones County, our judge, have just remained in Jones County and do his work under your proposal, and then whoever y'all trying to set this up for to give them a job, let them have the job down there in those other counties?
Young lady, I don't know how I can answer that question other than say, if I understand your question, to let him stay in Jones County in the district and not work anywhere else in the district? Is that what your question?
That's what he works in the 18th district right now.
Okay. Well,
and he has two courthouses that he works in right now in a county of 75,000 people right now.
I agree with that.
But gentlemen, I appreciate you.
The answer to the question is, we're not going to have any single judge districts under the criteria. Part of the criteria is that we're not going to have single judge districts. Gentle lady, I looked at all other ways to, and it just worked out, and this is what we agreed to with the Senate. Judge Williamson, my understanding is that he does a good job, moves his docket, and I hope he can bring his qualities to the remainder of those three counties. I think that he will. But that's the way it worked out. Those are rural counties, very low population in two of them, growing population in one, and they've got two judges, and I think it's a good district, and I think that he will be. I think he'll be a good judge for all three remaining counties, lady. I don't know how else I can answer that question.
And the anchor counties,
I'd
because
say
this
anchor
looks like an albatross to me, but I'm assuming that anchor means surrounding, right? Kind of.
Well, the anchor,
is that what you're?
No, ma'am. I'm saying if at all possible, the hub county would be one that's a populated area, and if at all possible, have that county where there's connection, that town where try to at least, and that's a criteria to be considered, to where you're trying to get an area to where obviously some of the poorer counties or smaller counties can have a county that will help them defray some of the costs associated with judicial administration in their area. And that's going to help Jones County by having these three other counties.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, lady.
Lady from Humphreys, Ms. James Jones.
Thank you. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Certainly, lady.
Just a couple of questions. As a former circuit clerk,
just wanted to know, I may have missed it, where did the data come from as far as the cases that are filed in the districts?
Lady, that's a very good question. It came from ALC, certain clerks sent stuff, judges sent information, and we got DAs sent information. As you well know, there's some districts where there's busier days than others in court, motion days. Some judges require very busy motion practice in their court, and that's a factor to be considered, as you well know, as far as revocations and things like that. It's a whole lot of different things that come into play in the circuit court.
Absolutely. So I was just concerned
I'm just letting you know it came from a lot of different places.
I just had a question about
Sure.
the accuracy of the data that was being sent in. As you know, now the state of Mississippi does now have MEC, and a lot of the counties does not have all of the information that would be loaded in MEC. I
That's
know some of
correct.
the counties are just now coming on with electronic filing and recording. So I was just concerned.
We were required, we asked that information be provided to us, through the clerks. We gathered that information the best we could, and from a lot of the judges sent that information as well.
And just one other question.
Sure.
Other than because we probably just did not want to have single judge districts, is there another rationale as to why we would have more than one? Because I know that, like, if we have cases that would have, let's just say, where a judge may recuse themselves, the Supreme Court would just simply appoint another judge to come in to hear the case, and that would not be a lot of times. It would be few and far in between. So why not just keep it as it is for the smaller districts?
Gentlelady, I will tell you that there's a lot of instances that, and I can give you some examples in my practice, to where, like in a search warrant, the seizure warrants for forfeitures, it's required to be signed by a circuit court judge. Okay? Well, if a lawyer is going to attack that seizure warrant, then they're not going to, first of all, they're going to have to get, and in some of these counties, and I'm sure Jones County and some of the other ones have a lot larger area, that they're going to have to ask that judge to recuse himself pretty regular. Those are asset forfeiture cases.
Exactly.
Now, things of that nature. And also, someone's got to tell me why it's a good idea to have single judge districts.
Because they are working as they are right now. That's a good idea.
Well, if you look at the population and some of the caseload numbers in some of the single judge districts that exist, then especially the Claiborne Jefferson and the District 21 or 22, which is now 21, it doesn't make sense to have single judge districts with the caseloads. Lady.
I just wanted to know.
Now you understand that, I want to have a clear understanding. Both of the areas where we have collapsed single judge districts, those particular areas, like in Yazoo, Holmes, and that, in the moving forward, those judgeships are actually collapsed into other districts. You understand?
I do. Thank you.
We didn't reduce the population of judges by virtue of that, other than the fact you were able to get counties into other districts, so the caseload numbers would justify keeping those judges, lady.
Well, just one last question.
Yes, ma'am.
So was there like a checklist that you kind of went down to say, okay, well, this may be good, or this may be a pro, this may be a con, just to outweigh the decisions that you came up with? Would that not be a good suggestion, that you would do that?
I wish that could have been that way, but some criteria that we went through weighed heavier in some areas than other areas, just because by virtue of some of the unique circumstances pertaining to that particular area, like DeSoto County, it's fast-growing area. Not only is it fast-growing, it has a large circuit court caseload. You can also look at areas in parts of the Delta. You look at the caseload numbers that may not justify, like in the 4th District, may not justify 4 judges, but when you look at the number of days they're in court, they're trying a lot of 4- and 5-day trials. You look at the caseload, that's not representative of whether or not you need additional judges in that area, okay? If you look at the caseload of the 4th Circuit Court District, even after we collapsed Holmes and Humphreys, it doesn't look like you'd need that 4th judge, but I practice over there, and I know the judges, and I know when they're in court, and I know how busy they are and how much work they have by virtue of their docket and the days they're in court and things that they get done. Right. So those are factors. I wish that it was just something you could cut and paste this, lady, but it just wasn't where we could do that. And it wasn't done back in 1996 either, lady. It's otherwise we wouldn't have to be doing this every 10 years.
And I can agree with you on that part. Just wanted to know if you would consider, at least going through each district, one district at a time, to actually look at the uniqueness of each district.
I feel like I did that, lady.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
How you doing, gentlemen?
Gentlemen, fine. How about yourself?
I'm doing very well, thank you. You and I are both practicing attorneys, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we find ourselves in and out of the circuit courts all over this state.
Yes, sir.
Don't we? Especially you with all of your learned experience and accolades. And so, I'm kind of torn on this bill because I, like you, in my experience, have learned that the single judge districts actually are not working. And I think that it's because our single judge districts tend to be our lower income districts, and a lot of times they have more violent crime than one judge has the capacity to deal with in a single term. And you understand the terms.
I understand
Holmes
that.
County's in term, then Yazoo's in term. And so they're often overworked, and you're probably aware of this, that the Supreme Court had to appoint a special judge in the 21st District last year to help them to deal with their caseload, right? A single judge district, and
Right.
it was piling up.
Well, my understanding, gentlemen, I think that the judge in that district had some health issues, and I believe that she wasn't able to come to court. But also at that time, after she got back, they needed a judge to come in and help with the caseload.
Right, and
But
so I do
yes.
agree with you that we probably need to add more judges to our single judge districts. The issue that I'm having is that, and this is similar to what the gentlelady from Jones was mentioning, that I'm seeing a pattern here that in a lot of these single judge districts where we're adding to them, these judges are going to be required to travel, from Holmes to Washington County. What is that, about an hour and a half?
Well, I don't think.
Give or take a few minutes, depending on how fast you drive.
Depending on how many tractors are on the highway.
That's right. And so you would agree with me that that's probably not anticipated by them, when they took these positions, and that's a lot of additional work that we're going to be requiring of these judges, is it not?
Well, gentlemen, as you well know, you may not know, it's before your time, that Holmes and Humphreys was originally in that district.
I do know that.
And as you probably also know, that the judges in that district done a pretty good job of allowing those judges to court days and plea days and hearing days and assignment of cases to keep some of that down to a reasonable number, I believe, gentlemen, and I think that will continue to be the trend in that district. And you understand, this district also allows those judges to run in those sub-districts as it was in place in 1998 court order. Now, well, same type of sub-districts, not exactly the same sub-districts. But it wouldn't make sense, gentlemen, just to add another judge to some of the single judge districts without looking at the numbers, and the numbers don't justify it in the 21st, 22nd district.
I understand that, and I'm not necessarily against that, but my thing is that if we're going to require some of these judges to travel an hour and a half each way within their new districts, right, and they have trial, and trial may go to 6 in the evening, are we going to really expect these judges to drive an hour and a half after trial and get up early in the morning for trial and drive an hour and a half? Are we going to compensate them at all, or are we going to do anything to?
They get, gentlemen, in my district, when I leave Grenada, I used to be an assistant DA. I drove to Winston County, sometimes 16 straight days. It's 100.
I'm sorry, you have a great speaking voice, but you're being overpowered by my friends in the back.
134 miles one way. I did it. That district's been in place since since 1995 or 1998. I think it got changed once, but that is not unique to that to the new districts, gentlemen. That's been going on in the first district. It's an hour and 40 minutes from Alcorn down to Aberdeen in one district.
And it's probably been like that for a long time, but that doesn't mean that it was fair.
Well, it doesn't mean that it's fair, but they're not complaining either.
So, and let me ask you this, right? And so now in the 21st district, where we're adding additional counties, that is going to add to the caseload. Are we adding any additional assistance to that district to help with the increased caseload?
What I did was, gentlemen, that used, if I didn't do it, I think that we did. We put 2 new assistants in that district. I believe we did, gentlemen. The assistants, when it collapses, doesn't collapse until the 2030 cycle. So I don't know that I put any assistants in there. I guess that had to be addressed at the appropriate time.
So would you be open to an amendment that would add some additional
I'm not going to
assistance?
offer. No, we can't do any amendments on the conference
we can't?
report,
Okay.
gentlemen.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm learning.
That's good. That's a good
Okay.
question.
All right. So listen, whatever we have to do to
We
give
are
them
going to
some
evaluate
additional-
the assistance once we get through with all this. We did add some assistance in some areas, but I don't believe that we added any assistance. We don't collapse that district till 2030.
I don't think you added any to that district.
I did not, because I don't think we collapsed it till 2030, and I guess we'd have to evaluate it within that 4-year period of time, figure out what we need. Well, I think we could probably, I don't know what the caseload's going to be then, gentlemen, or what the DA's going to ask for.
I think that if you add Washington to Holmes County and Yazoo County, I can't imagine that would not.
Yazoo doesn't go in.
So it's not, it's Holmes County, Washington,
Humphreys.
LaFleur, and Humphreys, excuse
That's
me.
correct.
I can't imagine that would not increase the caseload in that district, especially the.
Well, gentlemen, you probably like me. You get 2 or 3 of them when you show up for court, fight you off. I don't know.
If I can, I've stepped back a bit, but can I have a commitment from you?
Sure.
That you will add additional.
I can't tell you I'm going to add additional. If the DA comes to me and says that they need additional assistance, we can do that. I thought last year we gave that district assistant, last year or year before, in the current district I'm talking about. I don't have any intentions, if that district, Yazoo, Holmes, and Humphreys, they have a certain amount of assistance, I would anticipate those assistants would be reallocated to those districts at the appropriate time, gentlemen.
Right, but we're adding to the district, and so if we're adding to the district without adding additional assistance and we're increasing the caseload, then that means that there'll be continuing.
What I'm saying is there's assistance in that District 21 now.
Right.
I would anticipate that the DA would come and say, I need, the Yazoo may get 2, I don't know, and the other one may get, other District North may get 1, I don't know. We just have to look at those numbers. You understand?
I do. I just want to make sure that we're treating everybody
fairly. We're going to treat everybody fairly. I think this, the assistant DAs have been, numbers have been allocated pretty good into this bill. We've added some in this bill, actually, in some areas.
And if they need more, we'll deal with that.
In your district, we added some.
Well, that's not my district, but it's a great district.
No, I said in your district we did.
I'm very fortunate in that I'm from Madison County.
Right.
And I think that we have the best district in the state. But if they need additional assistance, then obviously I'll lobby for that at the appropriate time.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. If you favor the conference report, open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the conference report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 78 yeas, 36 nays, the report is adopted. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
I'll bring up item number 47, House Bill number 47 is House
Gentleman's
Bill.
requesting unanimous consent to go to item 47. Is there objection? I thought I heard objection. We've got objection, gentlemen. We will pick up there after lunch.
Well, I mean, just as long as we're going to come back after lunch and do it.
Oh, we're coming back after lunch. I don't know how long we'll be here when we get back. We're coming back. Gentleman from Tate, Mr. Lamar, for what purpose do you seek recognition at the well?
Very brief, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2802 we passed this morning. There was I would seek unanimous consent to make the following change. There was language left out of the bill, otherwise known as a typo. Line 133, we would add delete with and insert in lieu thereof and. Lines 133, 134, we would delete to be paid and insert in lieu thereof in the fund shall be paid annually. Line 180, delete with, insert and. Line 180, add in the fund shall be paid annually. Asking unanimous consent to make that change.
Gentleman's requesting unanimous consent to make these changes. Does anyone have a question on those changes? Does anyone wish to object? He's requesting unanimous consent. Hearing none, we will follow that procedure. Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark, for what purpose?
Committee announcement, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, immediately up on recess, it's going to be a very brief meeting of rules in the Rules Committee meeting.
Rules meeting upon recess in the rules room. At least 1:30. 1:30 is fine. All right, any announcements before we recess for lunch? I anticipate we will recess until 2 o'clock. Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to hold item number 4 on the general bills calendar on a motion. That's House Bill 811.
All right.
Thank you.
Please notify the chairman. Any further announcements? All right, I recognize the gentleman from Holmes for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion that the House stands in recess until 2 p.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 2 p.m. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand in recess until 2 p.m. You ready? Let's go. You got your, you got. Please let the House come back to order. We will go back to the calendar. Gentleman from Grenada had some stuff. Gentlemen, before we get to you, I see a couple of folks seeking recognition. Gentleman from Itawamba, Mr. Bell, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recommit a bill.
All right. What bill you want to recommit?
Item 34, Senate Bill 2289. Move to recommit.
Does anyone wish to speak to the gentleman's motion? Yes, ma'am. Lady from Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Can we ask the gentleman to tell us why he wants to recommit this bill?
I think the motion to recommit is not debatable within limits. If he wants to address the body, y'all have been good to work with him and all chairmen the last few days. If it's the body's okay with it, I'll let him try to do that from his desk if y'all are okay with that. Gentleman from Itawamba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady, it's to add House language that was died in another piece of legislation.
We can't debate the motion, lady. I appreciate I have the same questions myself. All right. Question occurs on the gentleman's motion to recommit. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Green, Mr. Birch.
Mr. Speaker, I have an introduction.
Yes, sir.
I'd like for you to House to help make welcome Dean Wall, Colton Wall, and Henry Wall, all the way from Spartanburg, South Carolina.
All right, welcome. Welcome, young men. Good to have y'all here in the Capitol today. All right, gentleman from Grenada, you're recognized.
I'm going to call up the same item I called up before lunch. I think it's 47. This Senate Bill 2768, I believe. 4768. No, 2768, I'm sorry. That's the... Item 47, Senate Bill 2768. You ready? I'm ready to explain the conference report.
Senate Bill 2768. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second part of the judicial redistricting maps. This encompasses the Chancery Court districts that have likewise 2027 changes and 2031 changes. There are no 2025 or this fall elections on this particular map. I will start like I did last time and identify whatever changes, starting at the north part of the state, moving down. DeSoto County in 2027 will be a standalone district. It will have 3 chancellors. It will have a sub-district. That sub-district will be the identical sub-district, majority-minority district we identified in the circuit court map. And the same election process will be there. That district will elect a candidate who is a resident of the district. District 1 will not have any changes. District 18 has no changes. In 2027, the 7th Circuit Court District sub-district's current precinct lines will be turned into county sub-districts. Sunflower County will come out of the 9th District, will be part and parcel of that Chancery Court District. 7-2 will be that sub-district. Bolivar, Cahoma, Tunica, and Quitman under this map will be 7-1. That is the 7th district that changes. Precinct, District 9 will be Washington and Humphreys County, and 9-2 will be Warren, Issaquah, and Sharkey. The same, as far as Madison, Yazoo, and Holmes County are the same sub-districts. The only changes for purposes of clarification, the precincts change a little bit, but the geographic locations do not change, with the exception of cleaning up some census blocks that since 1998 have changed a little bit, but there's no substantive changes in those precincts. The 2027 map has the same Chancery Court district that we had in our original map in the 4th district. In the 15th district, Copiah, Claiborne, Lincoln, and Lawrence. That's a change from a single judge district in Copiah and Lincoln, and that has 2 chancellors now. Walthall will become a part of the 10th district. Forest and Perry stays the same. In District 19, Jones, Wayne, and Green. Originally 19 was Jones and Wayne. It picks up Green. And again in 2030, George is picked up into the Chancery Court district to be, George is picked up in the 19th district to make Jackson County a single county district in 2030, and that will mirror the Circuit Court district. In the 14th district, up in the northeast corner, that district basically stays the same, with the exception of Webster County will go into the 6th district. Carroll County will come out of the 6th district, go into the 3rd district. Tallahatchie County will go into the 3rd district. Hinds County in the 2027 map will have the same sub-districts. That is the explanation of the 27 map. 2030 map is as follows. I'm going to start at Hinds County. Hinds County will have a 1-county district with the 4 chancellors running in places, and will be running the county as a whole. And also Jackson County will be a single county district. George County will go into Jones County. Hold on one second. Mr. Speaker, that's the explanation of the Chancery Court districts that are identified in the Senate Bill 2768 conference report.
Does that conclude your explanation,
It
gentlemen?
does, John. Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the conference report? Gentleman from George, Mr. Lott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Just want to say I know y'all have had a lot to do, getting all these districts redone, and changes comes tough a lot of times, and appreciate the work y'all done. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about the conference report came out. There's something new in there that hadn't been there. If you go to lines 640 and 655, this got to do with the transition of George in its chancery in 16th. The first sentence talks about, everybody has to contribute by population. Totally understand that. Starting on line 644, there's a second sentence in there that says the amount of the local contributions under this subsection shall be determined by the Jackson County Board of Supervisors to be ordered by the senior chancellor of the 16th Chancery Court District. Now, this is a little bit as an exception. I don't think we have that anywhere else in any other district, correct?
No, sir. But you have a general statute that talks about allocation of expenses, but that is unique to this district.
Okay. And it was unique to what we did with the circuit too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that this, like this hadn't been here, and it was kind of new to me when I read it this morning. So.
Yes, sir. It's basically new language in it.
All right.
Yes, it is.
So this just basically in general the Board of Supervisors in one county will be determining what the other county or counties
It's proportional on the, proportional based on the.
based on the population.
Population of the district as a whole according
Okay.
to the census.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 75 yeas, 37 nays, the report is adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
I don't see the Vice Chairman. Here he is. I'm going to recognize the Vice Chairman and do a conference report real quickly, Mr. Speaker. What item is it?
I don't know.
What item is it on the calendar?
Item number 16, Mr. Speaker.
All right, item number 16, House Bill 1308. You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill prohibiting the grooming of a child. This is the legislation we passed out of this body by a pretty large margin a couple of weeks ago. We did engage with the Senate in negotiations. We loosened the penalties a little bit. We lowered them some, and we also removed this as a registrable offense. That's an explanation of the changes. The rest of this bill is clean, and there's no other legislation in this bill. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 104 yeas, 3 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin, you're recognized.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item number 40, Senate Bill 2517, and ask the gentleman from Neshoba to present the conference report.
Item number 40, Senate Bill 2517. You are gentleman from Neshoba is recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our annual NIL bill, which deals with universities and student athletes. We're bringing you a conference report that our universities have signed off on and brought to us to present to you for approval. Basically, we are conforming the current NIL statutes to the House versus the NCAA settlement. That's the United States House. Even if that is not approved by the courts, we believe the system that being built by the conferences to comply with the settlement will still be implemented. It does remove some provisions from the NIL law here in Mississippi that is no longer relevant or needed. And the conference report also provides a mechanism for the IHLs to pursue legal action against individuals or entities that attempt to tamper with a student athlete. And that's a summary of the conference report on 2517, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions.
Move adoption.
Move adoption. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 99 yeas, 12 nays, bill passes. Next.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up Senate item number 41, Senate Bill 2518. Make the usual motion. I'd like to bring up item number 41, Senate Bill 2518.
Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Yes, sir. This is a conference report that we voted on a couple weeks ago, and we passed several amendments on it. When it went to the Senate, they took out some of the amendments because of some issues. Some of the things that they changed on this were basically the community colleges had asked for $10 million for repair projects without going through the Bureau of Buildings. They backed that down to $3 million and put a 3-year repealer in it. And then they also did a task force to look at the public-private partnership to try to develop generalized guidelines for each one of the community colleges, each one of the universities to go into the public-private partnership. Both amendments from Representative Faulkner and Representative Hines were removed, and I have talked with both of them and agreed that we will work on something next year to make sure those amendments try to get taken care of. That concludes an explanation if you've got any questions.
Questions, gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you?
Yes, sir.
Let me begin this by saying thank you for the hard. Let me begin by saying thank you for your hard work and keeping your word. Did they do the same thing to Ole Miss that they're doing to everybody else in their public-private partnership?
No, sir.
So it appears to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, appears to me that one institution get all they want and other institutions have to continue to beg, scrape, borrow, and try to get some attention to provide quality housing. Is that correct?
What the Senate told me was that they wanted to get some guidelines and some policies in place to allow all the other universities to come in and do the same thing.
So are those same guidelines and policy in place for Ole Miss like the other institutions are going to have to be?
That is
I don't mean to badger you. I'm not badgering you. I'm just trying to make sure everybody's on the same playing field.
It is my understanding that they're going to offer the guidelines that they put in place for Ole Miss in writing so that everybody else can have those.
So it is your intent to make sure everybody ends up on the same playing field.
Absolutely.
Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, John. And thank you for your hard work because you've been a man of your word, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Oh, he's kept his word.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey. You going to speak on the bill? Okay. I don't see any other questions. Gentlemen, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder when are we in this state are going to stop discriminating against different people and institutions. Now, this state has been discriminating against black schools ever since we had Alcorn created. This state owed Alcorn about $270 million that it diverted illegally from Mississippi State, from Alcorn, gave it to Mississippi State. We had to go to court on the Ayers case to fight for equalization and funding. And everybody made promises they were going to try to work to help equalize these institutions, the minority institutions. They told a lie. And I'm speaking today because I am getting sick and tired that we give Ole Miss everything they want, and we won't give the black schools anything. I remember several years ago, we were trying to get a food court down there at Alcorn. But the leadership told us that Alcorn students don't need no food court, they just need a cafeteria.
At the same time, Ole Miss was asking for $40 million that this body was willing to give to Ole Miss for a new law school. And yet for the young people there in Alcorn, it wasn't good enough for them to have a food court equal to what was at Mississippi State and Ole Miss and everything. Y'all can just give them blacks down there a cafeteria. We just gave Ole Miss $10 million on the Center for Studying the Declaration, a piece of paper. And yet we won't give Alcorn and Jackson State and Valley State an opportunity just to try to help them grow and make things available to their students. It is wrong, people. It is wrong for us to continue treating citizens like that in this state. When are we going to stop? I'm not satisfied, gentlemen from Washington, with them striking your amendment. I don't like that. Somebody ought to fight for the poor people in this state. Somebody ought to fight for the black people in this state, because they're all citizens too. And it insults me for the chairman to come back and tell me that they struck out amendments, and those amendments that affect black schools. Now I can sit up here and not have anything to say about this, but I am angry because we continue to discriminate against our own schools, and we think that's all right. I don't think it's all right for you to take from Alcorn $270 million and let them go suffer when they have needs. And when you give Ole Miss anything they want, you give Mississippi State anything they want, you give Mississippi Gulf Coast, I'm not picking on you down on the coast, you give Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College anything they want. We got dormitories at Coahoma Junior College that the student need, and we've been trying to get it for 20 years. We got dormitories at Mississippi Delta Community College in Moorhead, where the floors are falling in rotten. We got needs all over the state where minority students are going to, and we don't see the need to try to help them, meet those needs. So the time is out for us to stop sitting here and allowing our people to be discriminated against by the state government and be satisfied with it. Now, I got up here to speak because I think it ought to be said that as long as Alcorn is not being given that $270 million that they stole from Alcorn and sent it to Mississippi State, as long as Ole Miss can get anything they want and the black school can't get it what they need, that we ought to be concerned about that. And we ought to stop coming down, continually discriminating against, black people, black citizens in this state. I have to call it like I see it. I'm going to vote against the bill.
Move for final passage.
Move final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 77 yeas, 34 nays, bill passes. Do we have any other chairman? You've got a bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to the general bills calendar and call up number 3, House Bill number 809.
Which calendar, gentlemen?
The general bills calendar, conference number 3, House Bill 809. And I'd ask the gentleman from Harrison to explain the conference report.
Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the House Bill 809 conference report, we simply reverted back to the original House language, which added the active guard reserve and just added 180 consecutive days of consecutive service
and you do have to have a verification letter from an officer above the rank of lieutenant colonel, and that was the only changes, and that concludes an explanation of the report.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yield.
Just for clarification purposes, active duty personnel and National Guard that are active duty
for 180 consecutive days
or more.
Or more.
That's and Air Force Reserve or Reserve.
We're not going there.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not going there. So we're going to keep it simple. Active duty military and active Guard Reserve 180 days. That's where we are.
So active reserve is not in there.
I told you what was in there, gentlemen.
Okay. Just I'm wanting clarifications. So when I go home, I'm asked about it. I'll know what to tell them.
You know what to tell them.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any other questions.
Final passage.
Move final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. So we're going to go back on the calendar. So public health.
I have one more.
Oh, you've got one. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could stay on the same calendar, go to number 27, Senate Bill 2181, and I'd ask that the Vice Chair be allowed to explain the conference report.
Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The conference report for Senate Bill 2181 just sent the bill back to the House language that exempts the state test security plan from the Public Records Act. Again, just so we can make sure that plan's actually a secret and not available for anybody to request with public records requests. So that's an explanation of the conference report.
I don't see any questions on the conference report.
Final adoption.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Okay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Okay, we're back on the calendar, in conference general bills calendar, public health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 5, House Bill 856.
Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the conference report. Recognized, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Pharmacy Practice Act, which extends the repealer to 2029. It also has some just general cleanup language that modernizes some of the language. It clarifies licensure and accreditation and clarifies some definitions, and also increases some of the fees that bring them up to date for today's inflation standards. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Gentlemen, I don't see any question.
Final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Do you have another one?
Yes, sir. I would like to do 3 more. If with unanimous consent, I'd like to go to item 9, House Bill 1062.
Okay, we'll call that conference report up. You're recognized to explain the conference report.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Harrison to explain the bill.
Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. This is a simple one. All we did was take the House language, remove the repealer, and that's it. That's an explanation.
Any questions? I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 1 nay, bill passes. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, with unanimous consent, I'd like to go to item 44, Senate Bill 2704. Make the usual motions.
Did you say 34 or 44?
I'm sorry, Senate Bill 2704, item 44.
Okay. Okay. You're recognized to explain the conference report.
I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from Lincoln to explain the conference.
Lady, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2704 is an annual inspection of the infirmary at the state penitentiary, which we need. I just want to make sure that you're not confused on which bill. We had a health care bill earlier in the year, and this is not the same thing. So the thousands of people with Hep C won't be treated because this is not the bill. The women that have cervical cancer and who will die for not treatment, this is not the bill. The 23-year-old black female, beautiful girl that raised her shirt up to me in the prison and showed me that she had breast cancer growing out the side of her chest will not be treated in this bill. This I got this week from an HIV patient that's not being treated and not getting medicine for HIV that will save his life is not in this bill. And this goes on and on and on, yet we're spending $120 million on health care, and we are not getting patients treated, inmates treated. Thousands of Hep C is a public emergency. They will die. You get a 10-year sentence and you have hepatitis C, you will die before you get out of jail. So I just wanted to tell you, we need this bill because all this bill does is go in and make sure that the medicines they have are up to date and the areas are clean. This is just like any kind of public health bill, but I just need you to know that we're not forcing them to do their job and take care of the inmates. Final passage.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to see if the lady would yield for a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, lady, you gave several very disturbing examples of what is going on at the infirmary at the state penitentiary. Now, can you tell me, is this annual inspection outside of the normal inspections that are supposed to be conducted at the infirmary?
They have no inspections.
Now, okay, lady, now, how is it that, well, let me ask you this. Does the state of Mississippi bill for any insurance or anything like that for any inmates?
No, we pay out of the general fund.
So we pay all of the money out of the general fund. So is it your assertion that if your bill had passed, that there's a very real possibility that this $460 or $70 million budget, that of it $120 million is used for health care, could be reduced some?
Well, after we got them all taken care of, it would reduce our health care budget tremendously, but we're not going to be able to reduce the health care until we get the population healthy, which they're not right now.
And so even if your bill had passed, even when we put people in isolation and those kinds of policies that would be put in place for cost-cutting measures, that would have made the infirmary at the penitentiary more safe for people, right?
It would make the penitentiary more safe because these are infectious diseases.
Okay, and so my last question to you, now lady, are you aware that there has been a $117 million reduction in funds over at the health department? And I read somewhere, some of these people in here I think wrote it, it might have been New York Times, but I think it was one of them, that said that the sexually transmitted disease and the infectious diseases, those programs would be impacted through our health department because of the reduction in funds?
I'm sure they will, lady, but and
so let me ask you this.
Okay.
So if the health department goes and makes an annual inspection and they determine that there are areas of deficiency, what is the next step for the Department of Health?
Well, they'll give them probably a C like they do in restaurants. This is all we're talking about. They will not have access to medical records like my bill wanted them to. They will not have access to inmates, which is how I found out all these things. And all you're doing is saying, yes, you have a clean infirmary. This is just like a regular everyday inspection, but it does nothing to benefit the health at the for inmates.
And this bill, as you say, there's not any recommendations to be made to go forward to make corrective action. Like if you would go to a hospital, nursing home, dialysis clinic, anywhere where they go in and the health department itself, tell the house, the health department itself goes in and makes these types of inspections, right? And so if they were to go and do that, then that would be an expectation of a corrective plan of action, right?
Lady, you know, you've been in healthcare a long time. You know when the State Board of Health comes in, they have a checklist. This year it may be because they are checking to see if you have fingernail polish remover. It's just a very lightweight, come in, is it clean? You know, but they are not checking anything other than the cleanliness, just like you would in a restaurant.
And because this is not a licensure issue, I guess that's the question I should have posed to you.
They have no license.
This is not a licensure issue. Well, then the House needs to know that they don't do the in-depth.
That's what I'm saying. We need this. I'm all for this bill, but we're not doing the job we need. And speaking of licensure, I don't believe if you go in and look at medical records for inmates that you will see all of these illnesses in their chart. I do believe the Board of Medical Licensure and the Board of Nursing probably need to go take a look.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Question to the lady.
Yep.
Lady, let me ask you this. How long you been in this body?
This is my 18th session.
Do you get the feeling that the Senate does not really respect us and respect the authority that we have on this side?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Well, you have to answer this. Why do we continue to pass and take up their bill when they kill our bills?
Well, there were several hands in the killing of that bill.
That was a good bill we sent over there to help the people.
That's correct.
And they killed it.
That's correct.
And yet we over here advancing bills over here that don't do much of anything. We're trying to advance that in the name that we are legislating down here. Who are we fooling?
Well, not all of us.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Yep. Gentlelady, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Question. How much do we pay private prisons in the state of Mississippi?
10% less than the other prisons, but it's still the same health care.
No, I'm saying, what's the dollar value that we give?
I don't know that, sir.
Okay. So the reason I asked that question because the amount of money we pay for for-profit prisons, private prisons in Mississippi, if we were to use that money for health care of the inmates who going in there that have not received a life sentence that's going to come back out to society, wouldn't that put more money back in Mississippi tax base?
Yes, sir, but you have to understand, we do pay for the health care. I have no idea where the money's been spent. So as far as I'm concerned, we're just not taking care of inmates and their health care needs. But we do pay for health care out of the general fund. So they have the money. And the comparison to the bills is just that we wanted to make sure that they got the care that they need. That they need so they don't die.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, the Christian thing is that we like to float in Mississippi. The Christian thing is we should do everything we can to take care of the people that's above ground, even if they're incarcerated, correct?
Yes, sir. I will tell you that my Christianity is the reason I'm standing here today saying this. Because I can tell you, if you read Matthew 25, verse 36, verily I say unto you, what you do to the least of them, you do unto me.
Okay, I got, I've been to war 6 times. I need you to say that one more time so I can hear it. One more time, please.
Verily I say unto you, what you do to the least of them, you do to me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, lady, you yield?
Yes, sir.
I echo the sentiments of the senior gentleman from Washington when he talks about how we have a really good piece of legislation that dies a slow death on the other end of the hall. And I know how hard you worked on these bills, so I'm disturbed as well. But my question about this particular bill, so if the inspection is done and there's a letter grade, you say like A, B, C, so if you get a failing grade, what happens next?
Well, they would have to go back and re-inspect. They would give them things to do, and they would have to improve on that. But this is not direct health care. This is just the facility.
So again, it really doesn't do much.
Well,
we need it, but it doesn't do much.
It does get them in there,
Thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam, allow for a question?
Yes, sir.
I want to commend you for your commitment to improving our prison system, but this bill apparently is more of a hygiene type of a bill.
That's correct.
Than one that's going to improve the health care of the inmates. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And what prompted you to bring forth this initiative?
I did not bring forth this. I brought forth the other bill after seeing so many inmates that were in need of health care that were not receiving it. But this bill is, I did not bring this bill forward.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlelady, this medical care or the lack thereof is provided by a company, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that they do through a contractual process?
Yes, sir.
Do they bid on that contract?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the name of the company that's providing that health care at this
Vital
time?
Core.
Who's that? Can anyone own that? Who owns that company? Do you know?
Someone out of state.
Out of state folks. Okay. I share your concerns with the people that are inside those walls, and they may have committed some crimes and done some bad things, but they're still human beings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Move final passage.
Final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 108 yeas, 4 nays, bill passes. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 45, Senate Bill 2741. Called up and make the usual motions.
You're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the music therapy bill. The music therapy portion of this bill did not change. It was a very good bill. It came over from the Senate. We did attach, if y'all remember, the midwifery part to it, sent it back to the House, which they called it the conference. In conference, midwifery was removed from the bill. However, we did send over the Mississippi Comprehensive Cancer Care Coalition, authored by the gentleman from Washington, which we passed 118-0. The Senate never took that bill up. If they were going to remove midwifery from our bill, we insisted that they take care of this cancer coalition, and they did. So that's the difference from our original bill to the bill before you now. And that's a brief explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions.
Final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item 46, Senate Bill 2767, called up and make the usual motions.
Okay, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And y'all will remember this one, the opioid settlement bill. We're using the Senate bill. We went to conference to just clarify some language. If you remember, 15% went to city. 15% of the proceeds went to the cities and counties. 15% came directly to the legislature, which would not be subject to the abatement process. And so we wanted to clarify and make that language stronger, that we could use it how we felt best, which I do feel that needs to be used in the opioids addiction space. And then the other 70% does go to the legislature, which will be which we have a council that will make recommendations to us to either pass or fail. So, and then we added 1 member to the non-voting board for the opioid settlement. So the changes were just additional language to strengthen our 15% that we can spend, and then an additional board member. And that's an explanation of the changes, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. General, you yield.
Of course.
Thank you for your work on this. We spoke earlier about this. Is there a certain amount that's going to the AG's office?
Repeat that on the AG's office?
Is there a certain amount of dollars that's being designated to the AG's office?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, on line 221 and 222, I just want to ask you, because I noticed that this language has been added or was new, or I didn't read it, I think I missed it. For the Attorney General, for the fees, these fees to be paid to these lawyers, and these lawyers' expenses to be paid before it comes over here. Now, it's my understanding that all of these attorneys' fees normally come over here for us to say yay or nay on, but this is a departure from what we normally do, isn't it? In that she losing cases every day.
Yes, ma'am. It's part of the settlement. Whatever the attorney's fees in the settlement are, that's what this is. It's not.
Okay, I understand that.
All right.
My question to you is this. You're telling us that when she negotiated the settlement, instead of us saying we're going to pay these attorneys, we don't even know who they are. Most of them, they come from everywhere. They're out of our opioid settlement. We're going to pay them whatever they say. There's no cap. There's no consideration. There's no nothing. We just pay them whatever they say.
Yes, ma'am. That was already determined when the lawsuit began with the attorney generals. They negotiated that with the attorneys.
So the attorney general negotiated.
Yes,
that.
Before this ever came here.
And you would agree that is different from what our normal policy is. Or she negotiated something that's different from what we normally do. I mean, it comes over here. You would agree that the amount, but at least we can say, we might not want to pay that. I mean, we could.
Well, I don't necessarily agree, but when in a lawsuit, that I assume all that's worked out in the ones I've dealt with, and I'm no attorney, that kind of agreement's made before the lawsuit takes place.
And so I guess then, if that's normal policy, why does it have to be in this law? I'm just asking. Mr. Chairman, there's always a reason for what these people do. And I would just say to you, when you come back next year and we're talking about this bill,
Yes, ma'am.
make sure you tell us how much these attorneys got paid and how much their expenses were and how much money came out of the settlement that would have helped Mississippi people.
Yes, ma'am. And I would like to know myself, and I expect you will hold me to it.
Gentlemen, I don't see any other questions.
Final passage.
Move final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item 51, Senate Bill 2886. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Harrison to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. The only difference in the House and Senate bill is where the task force will be housed and the review board will be housed, and it will be at DPS instead of DHS. And I do want to take a moment to thank the junior gentleman from Hines, Representative Nelson, for all his hard work on this bill. He put a lot of sweat and tears in this bill, and we appreciate you, gentlemen. And that concludes an explanation of the conference report.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to speak on the bill at the appropriate time.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. Gentlemen, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, first I want to thank each and every one of you for understanding the importance of this bill. Now, we voted on this bill 2 times to send it over to the Senate. Now, there is a change, which is where this board will be housed. That change wasn't done because it's something that we wanted to do. It was done because for 18 months we studied and figured out what was going to be effective. We looked at what other states were doing, and that's what they're doing. The Health Department currently houses most of our task forces, which have been successful. Now, I'm not asking anybody to vote against this bill because I will be voting in favor of it. But what I'm asking is that when we see that this does not work, that we come together and we fix it next session. You know, domestic violence is something that's running rampant through our state. And as you can see from the conversations from all of our members today, we have good products that we send over to the Senate, which come back and they're diluted with things that we don't need in them. We cannot play with humans' lives. We're seeing 20% increases in murders from domestic violence. And for us to fall on deaf ears when we have had Dr. Etney write a letter saying, I support this task force, I want this task force. I can't understand how we're letting egos get in the way of legislation that's going to help and benefit our people. Mr. Chairman and Mr. Vice Chair, thank y'all for all of y'all's hard work on this. We did everything we could, and to y'all, the members of this chamber, thank y'all for y'all's support on this, but we will be back to make this bill better next session. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Judd B.
You.
Gentlemen, you go into
Thank you, Mr.
item number 6.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I recognize the lady from Lowndes to handle House Bill 861.
Lady, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This bill is an immunity bill that we passed overwhelmingly here in the House. Went over to the Senate and they made some minor changes, but what this does is it provides immunity for those that have been subject to a sexual assault. It would be for either a victim or a witness to a sexual assault, and for underlying alcohol, minor alcohol or drug charges would provide immunity. That's a brief explanation of the bill. Final passage or adoption. Is that what we are?
Questions on the report? I don't see any, lady.
Is it final?
You move final adoption?
Final adoption.
She moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to skip to item number 29, Senate Bill 2211. And I'd again recognize the lady from Lowndes to explain the conference report.
All right. Item 29, Senate Bill 2211. Lady from Lowndes is recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice Chair. This bill is a sexual assault victims' right bill, and what we've done is we've added additional rights that were left out of an original bill that was passed a couple of years ago in order for us to obtain some federal funding. And we also added the rape kit bill, which we passed unanimously here in the House. We've had a lot of discussions on this bill, but what it does, it requires emergency rooms to have a supply of rape kits, to at least have an RN and above there who's capable of performing a rape kit, and to also require them to examine or treat or screen the victims. We are hearing that rape victims are being turned away from emergency rooms from the very tip top of the state all the way to the coast. So this legislation will ensure that these victims are actually treated at ERs and not turned away for any reason. That's a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Lady Yield.
Yes.
These federal grant funds, you know what agency will be soliciting these grants from?
It's through the Attorney General's office.
And the U.S. Attorney General's office?
I'm actually not sure where the federal funds are coming from.
Okay.
The Victims' Bill of Rights we put into legislation 2 years ago when we did the rape kit legislation.
Yes.
And we omitted a right which is here in the bill, which is to provide that rape victims have in writing what those rights are.
Yes.
And I know that the AG's office actually was encouraging this legislation, so.
Okay, thank you. I'll find that question out. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, lady.
Final adoption.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 19, House Bill 1338.
All right, you're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1338 is the unmarked vehicle authorization legislation. What this bill does, it will exempt from the marked vehicle requirement vehicles owned or leased by the Department of Mental Health that's used for transporting patients living in group homes, the Economic Development Agency, the Fire Marshal's Office, the Department of Corrections, the Department of Public Safety for executive protection only, for the Agriculture and Livestock Theft Bureau at AG. In addition to that, an additional section was added partially in response to some of the questions the last time this bill came up that would create the penalty for impersonating a police officer at a traffic stop. That penalty would be a felony, and the time served would be up to 3 years in prison. That was added in the Senate. We accepted that language. That's the explanation of this conference report, and I will yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir.
This bill, this is the original House language?
No, sir. We tweaked it a lot.
What's changed?
We clarified the actual agencies that are authorized to use the unmarked vehicles. We clarified that you can only use them in for official purposes, and we put in that language about the impersonating a police officer.
What was the vote when it passed the House initially?
I can't remember. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, in this line 45 on down, can you tell the House why in the world would the fire marshal need to be in an unmarked vehicle?
What line did you say?
Fire marshal is line 52.
Department, I'm assuming for investigative purposes.
Well, wouldn't we want the people to know that the fire marshal was investigating fires?
Well, I'm assuming that they are investigating fires, but we don't need fire marshal plastered on the side of the car for them to be investigating fires.
And why do we not need? Why do the taxpayers of Mississippi not need to know that their fire marshal department is not out in a vehicle that they paying for investigating fires?
Lady, in some instances, I'm not a law enforcement officer, but I worked with plenty of them, and I know there are some in this room who will tell you that in certain instances, people don't need to be aware that they're being investigated when they're being investigated.
I want you to say that again. People do not need to be.
Sometimes investigations are being held on individuals, on criminals, and depending on that process, at some instances during that process, an officer may not need to make them aware of that investigation at that time. I'm thinking undercover, along those lines.
Okay, but gentlemen, well, let me ask you this. Do we have any undercover fire marshal people?
Lady, I don't run that department.
Do we have any undercover people at the Department of Mental Health?
I don't run that department, but the Department of Mental Health, I will tell you, Dr. Bailey reached out to me to explain why she needs those vehicles to be unmarked. She takes her patients to outings and whatnot in the community, and to avoid what she says, she doesn't want them to be stigmatized by driving around in a car that says Department of Mental Health on the side of it. So that's her reasoning for requesting the vehicles unmarked.
Well, gentlemen, I think you would agree that when we take our residents out, they're going to have all manner of staff with them. They have all kinds of badges and stuff on identifying them as who they are. But let me ask you this last thing. Can you tell me, with the Department of Economic Development at a city or a county or a state, would they be investigating criminal activity?
I can't tell you why they're in there, no. But that is, if I recall correctly, that's actually existing law, and as I explained earlier, we're putting this all together in a single paragraph to be more explanatory.
Thank you. People vote on, there's one question to you, sir. I wonder with the citizens of the state of Mississippi, if they actually knew that we're about to give all of these agencies unmarked vehicles, and we always up here talking about the taxpayers' dollars. I think the taxpayers probably want to know these vehicles that they're paying for, and that they ought to be marked, in my opinion. And they can investigate it.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Gentlemen, would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Now, is there any mechanism in place in this bill to prevent?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Is there any mechanism in this bill to prevent abuse? Driving in unmarked vehicles. Is there anything here that will safeguard any possible abuse of all of these people in unmarked vehicles?
There is a restriction here that they can only be used.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Can't hear. Can we be heard?
Yes, sir. Give the gentleman your attention, please.
Scared me when you yelled there.
All right, gentlemen.
Thank you. Line 133, it does limit the use to official purposes. And if there's abuse, then I'm sure our state auditor, who's really into finding abuse, would do something about it.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. And one more question now. The penalties, what's the purpose of the bill, the subject matter of the bill? Because we're talking about police cars, not police cars, but we're talking about unmarked vehicles. Then we move to traffic stops and enhancing penalties for impersonating an officer. Are those two along the same subject matter?
Well, the last time we debated this bill, I had several questions in this room about somebody using an unmarked vehicle to execute an illegal traffic stop.
Okay, and that's why you put that in the bill. Okay. And is there a reason why you're making it a felony offense?
The stories I heard on the floor were really, really extreme. If somebody's impersonating a police officer to pull them over in a traffic stop, I think that should be a pretty serious crime.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, what has the state auditor said about this particular provision? Because I know he was investigating several entities for using unmarked cars.
I haven't spoke to his office about this.
So you have no data on how many times people have been sanctioned or cited for using unmarked cars for inappropriate behavior?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I have a couple of concerns, and number one, what's going to prevent these unmarked vehicles to end up being used for personal use? Since there's no marking on the vehicle, who's going to know whether this person is within his rights to use the vehicle, or is it a personal situation? Who's going to enforce that?
The law restricts them to using this for official purposes only.
I know the law, but the law is, how's the law going to know in an unmarked vehicle that the car is being abused?
It'll be the responsibility of the supervisors in each of these agencies, the state auditor, the attorney general's office, whomever, to make sure that their employees are using these properly.
It's going to be a mess. Secondly, what about the fact that these going to have to be new vehicles with no marking on it? Are we going to take the markings that's presently on some of the used vehicles, the vehicles in use now? You have to take the markings off of them. How is that going to transpire?
It doesn't speak to that either way. It doesn't speak to how they get the markings on or off or which vehicles they use.
So I'm saying this would apply primarily then to new vehicles, I assume.
I can make that assumption too, but it could be either way. It just depends on the agency, I would assume. And most of these, actually, they already have these vehicles. Again, this is all authorized under current law. So if this bill dies today,
the ones they have now, ones they have now probably got markings on them, though, don't they?
No, sir. They're unmarked vehicles in these agencies now.
Pardon me?
They're unmarked vehicles now.
Well, why are we passing the law? If they already got them. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman, you're the secretary for the State Affairs Committee, right?
What you trying to get at?
Anyway,
yes, sir.
This section here about impersonating a police officer. Did you consider putting anything in there about people impersonating legislators?
No, sir, I didn't. I don't think a lot of people are running around trying to pretend to be us.
Yeah, there's a lot of people pretending to be legislators. I've been looking for my state affairs chairman. There's somebody around here calling himself Hank Zuber with a weird haircut. I don't know if have you checked to see if that, oh, there he is. That is him back there. I'm sorry. It was April Fool's. I thought it may have been somebody.
Thank you, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for adoption.
He moves adoption. Final passage of the conference report. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 85 yeas, 25 nays, the report is adopted. All right.
Jed B yields.
Jed B yields 4. If we went back to where we were working down the calendar, that gets us back, I believe, to item 7 in the AET. I'm sorry. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney, are you ready? You've been waiting. Are you ready? All right.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to House in-conference general bills, item number 42 on page 6. To adopt the conference report.
Senate Bill 2573, item 42. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically, the only thing that's been added is section 9 on line 212. Anytime there's a new agency, this is information with the DFA, IT, and personnel department where they can start working prior to July 1st. So this, upon passage, they can start working and getting this ready for that. And section 10 was added. It was basically the House Bill 1 language because the statute need to be added. And that's the explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the conference report? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
The gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Now, gentlemen, tell me what's so fancy about the Senate bill? The House passed a similar bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What's different now?
Well,
why is the Senate bill so much better than the House that we're going to drop the House bill and take up the Senate bill?
No, sir. We only had a Senate bill.
We only had a Senate bill?
There was only a Senate bill.
Well, I thought that we had a House bill because you were going to be appointed as czar over tourism.
Thank you, sir.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
No. Adoption.
Where are you going, gentlemen?
Move adoption. There's no other
We got
questions.
a lot of people wanting to ask questions.
Go ahead.
You don't want to defend your report?
Well, let's do it. I stay red.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
So, gentlemen, can you tell us what's on line 82 after the comma?
It's not a decimal, is it?
Don't worry about it, gentlemen. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
That seemed to answer all the questions, gentlemen. I don't see any further questions. You move adoption?
Adoption, yes, sir.
He moves adoption of the report. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 107 yeas, 9 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 7, House Bill 924, and bring it up.
Yes, sir. You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the peer bill that we passed earlier in the year. We sent 11 of them down to the Senate. It came back with 8. They made a couple changes to some mental health task force, and that's my explanation of the conference reports, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 2 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 22, House Bill 1505, and bring it up.
You're recognized to explain that report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a construction at manager at risk bill. We had an issue with the Senate. We had at 10% that they can only go down to their subcontractors was our position. Their position was 20, and we agreed on 15. That's an explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen. He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, that next item is item number 8, House Bill 958. Members of the House, that was, if you recall, that was the procurement reform bill. The Senate rescinded from their amendment, and we went back to the original House language. That ends my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 2 nays, the report is adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. If I may, with unanimous consent, go to the next State Affairs bill. That's item number 20, House Bill 1491.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move to recommit this bill for further conferencing.
All right. Anyone wish to speak to the gentleman's motion? Question occurs on the gentleman's motion to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, go to item numbers 26, Senate Bill 2143.
All right. You're recognized to explain that report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, that's the annual qualified resort bill. We have included everybody's request. I've double-checked it. Everybody's request is in the bill for qualified resorts.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 100 yeas, 8 nays, the report is adopted. You have further work, gentlemen?
I do, Mr. Speaker. If I may, unanimous consent to go to item number 32, Senate Bill 2267.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this was the bill that requires ITS to promulgate a study to fast forward the exchange of information between agencies. We put a reverse repealer just to take a look at it. I took it out and we went back to the original language as it came over.
Questions on the report? Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
To exchange data for what purposes?
Just so that the different agencies communicate, such as like CPS and Child Protection Services and the Department of Public Safety. information that's common to both agencies that may be beneficial to maybe a youth court case, or to see if a child is should be taken out of a certain house or something like that. That kind of information.
Okay, would the exchange also include information from the Department of Health to, for example, a birth certificate in order for a parent to access child care assistance?
It could be. I mean, there's no limitation.
It's for any agency,
yeah,
all agencies?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, for any agencies.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 97 yeas, 16 nays, the report's adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
One last bill, Mr. Speaker, if I may. Unanimous consent to go to item number 50, Senate Bill 2851.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, with unanimous consent, I'd like to add some language. It basically, after line 642, would add two separate locations to the bill.
All right, you want to explain those?
Yeah, that's two separate locations to the on-site premises bill. Both of them are in Chickasaw County.
You're requesting unanimous consent?
To add that language, yes, sir.
Is there objection? I don't hear any serious objection, real objection. All right, gentlemen, anything further on the report?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 99 yeas, 9 nays, the report's adopted. Gentleman from Rankin, where are we?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item 10, House Bill 1077. Call up the conference report.
All right, we're back on track at item 10. You're recognized to explain the report.
This is our bill on Kratom products prohibiting the sale of to persons under 21. Section 1 defines what a Kratom product is. Anything that has less than 1% 7-hydroxymetragenine. Section 2 says you have to be 21 to purchase it, that no synthetics, those that man-made Kratom that's greater than 1% 7-hydroxymetragenine, and that retailers have until October 1st to register with the Mississippi Department of Revenue. Section 3 is the penalty phase. If you have a fake ID, get caught, you can be fined between $100 and $200, not to exceed 30 days of community service. Possession is a misdemeanor, $200 to $500, and a retailer who sells to a minor is $1,000 per violation. Section 4 protects cities and counties who have already banned Kratom, and it also protects those who would like to ban it in the future. The effective date is July 1. That's the explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You yield, sir?
I do.
In Laurel, they have already done a ban on Kratom products in any convenience store. Is this bill today going to affect that at all based on that they've already passed this?
I just explained that.
Okay, I didn't hear you then.
It does not.
Okay.
It protects cities and counties who've already banned it and those who would like to ban it in the future. There's nothing that stops them from voting to ban it in the future if they've not already. But it protects the ones that have already done it.
Okay. Is there anything in this bill that regulates or says who the authorities are that will have the ability to go in to regulate these? Is it the local authorities? Is it the AG's office, or who regulates? Sure. and
well, they have to register. They have to register with the Department of Revenue. The ABC officers, I guess, are the ones who are going to do it with the Department of Revenue.
So the ABC would go in, like with alcohol, they'll send in someone under
That's
the age
my
of
understanding.
21. Okay. What are the fines if you get caught selling it to under 21?
I just explained that as well, but I'm happy to do it again. Section 3, the fines are $100 to $200 if you have a fake ID, and not to exceed 30 days of community service. It's $200 to $500 for possession. It's a misdemeanor. And a retailer who sells Kratom to a minor, it's $1,000 per violation.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen. You move adoption?
Move adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. You have further work, gentlemen?
I'd like to go to item number, with unanimous consent, go to item number 21. House Bill 1502.
All right. We're to item 21. You're recognized to explain a report.
Also, with unanimous consent, I'd like to request to make some changes to the conference report.
All right. I'll let you state what those will be before I ask for the unanimous consent.
The first change is lines 157 through 159. We've got 3 words that are duplicates, that are chemistry type words. So we're removing 3 words. On line 229, there is a misspelled word. We're correcting that. On line 466, there's a letter that is letter I that should be letter J. And then there is some language from line 3978 to 3983 we are deleting. That is about a resort area that is already passed in another bill that does not need to be in this bill. We'd like to remove that. Those are the changes.
All right. You have heard the gentleman's unanimous consent request regarding those changes to the conference report. Is there objection to that? Ma'am, are you objecting? Okay. All right. I don't hear any objection, gentlemen. You're recognized to explain the report.
Back on the conference report. So this is the bill that is dealing with hemp. And as you know, hemp and marijuana are the same plant. And what the 2018 Farm Bill decided was that anything less than 0.3% THC is hemp. Anything with more than 0.3% THC is marijuana. And the 2018 Farm Bill legalized those hemp products. They can be soap or rope, and ultimately they found out they could be dope. And this is what's been sold in the gas stations around our state for the last 5 years or so. Several times in this body we've come before you trying to get those products out of the gas station that contain THCA, THCO, too much THC. Many times we have done tests, and the tests have discovered when someone would go in to purchase them and have them tested that they did in fact have more than 0.3% THC, sometimes much, much more. So what this bill would do, it permits hemp topicals with less than 1 milligram of THC, recognized as safe by the FDA, far below the 0.3 standard requirement. It bans all intoxicating hemp that doesn't fit the above description if it has more than 0.0% THC. So no intoxicating hemp, all of that would be gone. It outlaws synthetic THC like Delta 8 and Delta 10. I can explain more about that if anybody wants to know. It regulates a hemp beverage through the Department of Revenue, ABC, that can have no more and no less than 12 ounces in a can with 5 milligrams of THC. This comes out to be 0.0014% THC, 1/1400th of a percent. It is super weak. I have letters from 3 Ole Miss chemistry professors who have done the math. It is a super weak drink. And by the way, it's already legal because it's less than 0.3%. Legally, they could put about 80 grams of THC in there, and we're limiting it to 5 grams. So it's much, much weaker. We're regulating it, and currently it's not regulated. And it moves all hemp cultivation, processing, distribution, and oversight from the Department of Agriculture to the Department of Health. So we really have, here's our choice. Our choice is to leave it status quo like it is, and we have all of these products in the gas station, and we have all these drinks, many of which have much more THC than we want them to have. It's still below the 0.3% level, but it's much, much stronger than what we're talking about. We can leave it like it is, and we can have all that if that's what you want. If that's what law enforcement wants, to have all of that all over our state with no regulation, we can do that. Or we can regulate it. We can get rid of those products in the gas station, and we can have a very, very weak hemp drink that doesn't intoxicate anybody. And so that's the explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness. He passes. All right. Lady from Pearl River, Miss Wilkes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Will you yield?
I do. Yes, I do.
So I'm looking at here where it says the farm bill that passed in 2018, that it permits the transportation of legal hemp, but that it doesn't authorize the sale or anything, and we don't harvest that or anything in Mississippi. So how is this legal?
It's legal because it's considered hemp, and it was made. Those products were made legal by the Farm Bill all across the country. They're being sold. All 50 states.
That's not what I'm getting. Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentlemen yield?
I do.
Gentlemen, somebody said earlier that this included a tax. Can you tell me what the tax is?
The tax is the same as the tax on beer. I think it's 42.68 cents per gallon, which translates to 4 cents per can.
So it's just going to be taxed like alcohol?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 68 yeas, 38 nays. I can't tell. It passes. Jimber from Choctaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm here to present House Bill 1193 Conference Report. It's known as our DEI bill. This bill originally passed the House. The Senate had a version with regard to the complaint process. They had it as an informal process, which you file with IHL, and then it goes down through another process. Ours did not have that process. And so what we did is we did maintain the House position with regard to a private cause of action, with regard to a student or a parent of a student or an employee or someone that was affected by this act. And we also maintained the position with regard that state funds shall be withheld until there's further compliance with the act. We did provide a definition to what DEI was, and that's contained in Section 2. And that's any effort to select, influence, or promote the composition of a faculty, staff, employee, or student body based on race, sex, color, or national origin, to promote differential treatment or provide special benefits to individuals in employment admissions, any effort to promulgate policies with regard to individuals based on race, color, sex, or national origin, any effort to require any type of trainings, programs, or activities designed and or implemented to compel participants to change their beliefs with reference to race, color, national origin. We also excluded, and our bill did not specifically give a definition for what a DEI office would be. We just said we could not have any type of offices. Senate wanted to have a definition of what that was, and so we provided a definition on line 44 of what a DEI inclusion office is, which is promoting hiring decisions or employment practices at an institution based on race, sex, color, and national origin, promoting differential treatment of special benefits to favor individuals, promoting any type of policies or procedures, programs, trainings designed or implemented to favor individuals based on race, sex, color, or national origin. We continue to use the language that the House had with regard to diversity statement and diversity training. There are two types of bills across the nation that we've looked at. A lot of them explain what DEI is, and some of them have divisive concepts. So what we did is we merged those two bills together. We kept the divisive concepts that were outlined in House Bill Original Position 1193. What we did is we made all of this applicable to public schools, community colleges, charter schools, and all of our IHL institutions. That language stayed the same. We gave a definition of what sex was. You remember in the House bill we talked about XX and a YY chromosome. Of course, there are individuals that have different types of chromosomes, and so what we did is we went to the definition in 1-3833, which was the SAFER Act from last year. And then a couple of sessions ago, we passed the definition of what sex was when it was sex changes for minors. We basically said that's going to be what the definition of sex is. We gave a definition of gender identity, which reflects a fully internal subjective sense of self disconnected from biological reality and existing in an infinite continuum that does not provide a meaningful basis for identification and cannot be recognized as such. So we specifically said in Section 3 that Board of Trustees, Community College Board, the State Board of Education, and the Charter shall ensure that each institution, college, or public school shall not have a DEI office, engage in divisive concepts. And those are all the same ones that we outlined earlier in our bill with regard in House Bill 1193. Section 4, we talked about the curriculum and what they shall teach, and we we used those code sections that this legislature has previously passed under 1-385 and 41-141-3. We provided the same additional exceptions and included one for scholarly research with regard to, if this conflicts with federal or state law, accreditation standards, creative work, scholarly research, things with academic instruction. Beginning in Section 6, we're requiring each college or public school shall submit to their respective boards an annual report summarizing all formal complaints and dispositions. They shall file that report no earlier than October the 30th each year. The legislature reserves the right to call individuals from that board to discuss that compliance, to see what is going on and whether they're being in compliance with this act. One of the biggest changes between the House bill and the Senate bill was we did not have an administrative review process with regard to when they file these actions, and so what the Senate and I compromised on is we included an administrative review. And so what we're going to do is allow IHL within 90 days to set up a model form for complaint with investigations. We're basically going to require them to do a timeline within 30 days to issue a final ruling, and that's going to be the same for the Community College Board and the Mississippi Board of Education. And then after the Mississippi Board of Education provides the model, then our local school boards can adopt it from that. If the individual finds that they did not cure a violation, they did not have a violation, they will provide that to the claimant. Then that person will have the right to appeal that to Chancery Court for a hearing de novo. And then once that court issues that ruling, if they find that they were not in compliance, they were in compliance, then the matter would go away unless they appealed it further. If they found they violated the act, then they would have 25 days from which to cure that act. In the event they did not cure that act, then all state funds would be withheld. We do give a 25-day curing period for that, and so basically that is an explanation of the bill. And if I don't have any questions, Mr. Speaker, I'll move final passage.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
Just go back to the section where you gave the definition for DEI. Would you mind reading that for me again?
Gentlemen, it's included on Section 2, line 29. It says DEI shall mean any effort to select or influence the composition of the faculty, staff, employee, or student body by favoring applicants based on race, sex, color, or national origin. And there's 4 or 5 more. It's pretty lengthy. So do you want me to read it all?
Well, no. My question, Mr. Chairman, is where did that definition come from?
The Senate had some language with regard to what the definition of DEI came from. The House bill basically didn't outline specifically DEI, went with divisive concepts. Senate wanted to have a definition for it, and so we included it in the bill.
So the Senate is arrived at the conclusion that DEI means divisive concepts.
Basically, DEI and divisive concepts are pretty much about the same thing.
If you would, Mr. Chairman, just indulge me for a second. This definition here says, in the United States, DEI are organizational frameworks that seek to promote the fair treatment and full participation of all people, particularly groups who have historically been underrepresented or subject to discrimination based on identity or disability. Why are these two definitions so different?
I don't know. The definitions that we have right here list back to what race, sex, color, and national origin are. That's current federal law where we're at. And so what we're just trying to say is that we're going to base those applicants on race, sex, color, and national origin.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is that the definition that you represent in this body is not what DEI is. That's not a fair representation of what the word is, or what is meant to do.
I think we can agree to disagree on that. I do have a lengthy definition of certain things with DEI, and then I also have certain exceptions with regard to that as well. So,
thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, I don't see any further questions, gentlemen. I'm sorry. Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark. You want to speak? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I made every effort. I said I'm not going to go to the well this session. I said I wasn't going to raise a point of order this session. And y'all let me get to the last couple of days, and I've been moved to come down here. Now, let me tell you this. I've been here 22 years. I've seen a lot. A few years ago, I guess about 15 years ago, it was our undocumented immigrants in this state. We had to do something about them. Fast forward a few years, it was our transgender. Recently, it was CRT. And it's this notion that we have these red meat issues that we have to bring to the floor of this House, that we have to discuss. But I'm here to tell you is that the citizens of the state of Mississippi, I might be naive, but the citizens of the state of Mississippi is better than that. When I go to my Rotary Club, in my district, when I go to Main Street, they don't come up to me after I give a legislative update and say, Representative Clark, how about DEI? They talking about the roads, they talking about the bridges. But let's talk about DEI. What's wrong with diversity, equity, and inclusion? What's wrong with diversity, equity, and inclusion? Equity means fairness. So anybody got a problem with fairness? Anybody got a problem with diversity? When we was in 9th grade and took civics, what did they teach us? They said that America, what make America great is this big melting pots of race, of cultures, of different groups. Now, I never believed that melting pot is really more like a stew than a melting pot. But that's what I was taught in 9th grade that make our country so great. And diversity in these programs, as the gentleman from Marshall said, is that what's being told to you today is not really DEI. What DEI is simply putting policies in place that make sure that hiring practices are fair. It's when you send out a demand seeking students or seeking employees, you don't just send them to Ole Miss or Mississippi State or Southern Miss, that you also send it to Mississippi Valley State, to Alcorn. I read a study about DEI. Do you know that the people in America who's employed as a result of DEI are more qualified educationally and experience-wise, than the non-DEI hire. And the reality of it, even with DEI programs, women, minorities are still forced to be more qualified for a particular position. I heard somebody DEI didn't earn it. That's just the opposite. Now, ladies and gentlemen, inclusion. Let's talk about inclusion. When I took literary, we talked about Mark Twain, and we talked about all the great literary artists, many from Mississippi. But inclusion is having a policy where we can talk about Maya Angelou, we can talk about Richard Wright, we can talk about other great literary people, some who've come from the state of Mississippi, and that students who look like me can go to a literary class and say, I can be like Richard Wright. Now, we better than this. And all of you know that we don't need this. With Mississippi's history, I don't think we have to prove anything to anybody. 8 years ago, 9 years ago, the current administration embraced DEI. It embraced DEI. But somewhere along the way, it became something bad. And we as a legislative body should not jump on the bandwagons, ladies and gentlemen. We should be the ones that say, listen, we may be from Mississippi, we may have a dark past, but you know what? We're going to be the first to stand up this time and say, it's nothing wrong with DEI. So, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you, in which this train probably already left the station, but vote no on this conference report. Vote no. Let's send a message not only to the citizens of the state of Mississippi, but to the entire United States of America, and say, you know what, the Mississippi House of Representatives, in Mississippi of all places, they killed the DEI bill. I ask you to vote no.
Chairman, wish to respond?
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 71 yeas, 40 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Item number 13, House Bill 1203. I'd like to let the lady from Hines handle the bill.
Lady from Hines is recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that deals with camping or encampments. The Senate, when they sent the bill to us originally, had lots and lots of extra things in here. We've taken all of that out, and it is back to the House language, with the exception of 3 minor tweaks, and I'll tell you what those are. There's language in here that requires that a 24-hour notice period be provided before removal of an encampment. There's also language that requires that referrals to mental health, substance abuse, or housing be provided to anyone removed from an encampment if that information is available. And there is language that if for any reason the court imposes any sentence or term of imprisonment, that the court has to find substantial and compelling reasons for doing so. And that is an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, lady.
Final adoption.
She moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
What do you want me to do?
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 73 yeas, 35 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 35, Senate Bill 2328.
All right, you're recognized to explain that report.
This was the Senate version of the squatter bill, but again, there's nothing in this bill related to squatting at this point or in this conference report. It simply amends and adds a few technical tweaks to some of the eviction statutes, and it also has the language that we added via floor amendment concerning evictions from a trailer park, excuse me. And that is an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, Lady Hill,
Yes,
we voted on a squatter's bill, though, right?
we did, and it's been signed by the governor. Well, it's sitting on his desk at least.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't see any further questions, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Final adoption.
She moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 86 yeas, 25 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 38, Senate Bill 2482.
You're recognized to explain the report.
In this conference report, we simply went back to the House language. It allows public defenders and county prosecutors in cases related to indigent defendants to receive free access to the MEC court system. That is an explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Lady Hill,
Sure.
I just want to tell you on behalf of the city of Gulfport and our public defenders, we thank you. This right here, because the caseload is so great, and the people that's going through the court system down there, our public defenders does not have the money to provide adequate representation. So for you and Representative Hood to push back when they told y'all no, I want to thank you on behalf of the people from Harrison County and the city of Gulfport and our public defender's office, from our district attorney. Thank you.
Happy to do it. Thank you, gentlemen.
I don't see any further questions.
Final adoption.
She moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Anything further, lady?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 39, Senate Bill 2489, and recognize the chairman to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Choctaw is recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we passed this bill out earlier this year. We inadvertently left a reverse repealer in the bill, so basically what we're doing is the bill that passed the House earlier, we took that reverse repealer out. Basically what it does is it allows our Supreme Court justices, court appeals, as they travel the state, that they can use a day in their counties or where they're at or when they're traveling throughout the state, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the report? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will you yield, Mr. Chairman?
Certainly, lady.
Okay, how much money is this going to cost the state?
It's around, it's already appropriated for, because I think it's about $170, something like that.
Wait a minute.
It's
already been appropriated and we hadn't passed the bill?
They allowed at least 20 days while they're performing their judicial duties in Jackson. So what this does, it allows them to have some of those days when they're out through their district going throughout the state.
Okay, so I guess so what we're allowing them to do is to travel, but they don't get any additional money?
No, what we're allowing them to do is, they have a large district. Their district covers a lot of multiple counties. Okay?
Believe me, my circuit judge got to go nearly back to the coast.
And so basically what it does, the current statute says they have to do it while they're attending judicial duties in Jackson. What we're going to do is allow them to take some of those days when they're in their district or anywhere out in the state.
Okay, so again, I want to ask you, you said to me these dollars have already been appropriated. Can you explain that to me again?
Well, if they're already allowed to have 20 days, that means we have to provide at least 20 days for each judge that's already out there. So we can't just say, hey, we're going to only appropriate 10 days and then they use 20 days. That would be a deficit appropriation. So under the current law, we already provide for those 20 days that they have. Sometimes they may use all the 20 days. Sometimes they may not use all of the 20 days. What we're saying here is they can use it at some other part of the state or in their district.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, lady.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas, 1 nay, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 14, House Bill 1245, conference report.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the Memorial Highway Bill. The Senate put all of our memorials in one bill. They did add a couple from the Senate, Section 8 and Section 9 are memorials, and in Jasper County, Section 8, Section 9 is Lincoln County. Section 14 is the State Highway Commission is authorizing to donate some land to the city of Marks that is known as the Marks Community Center Park. And that is the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 1 nay, the report is adopted. All right, y'all give our head page, Renee Dye, your attention real quick. She's going to introduce our pages for the week, and then we'll get back to the calendar. We don't have many this week, but we're high on quality.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week's pages are Joshua Munford from Columbus, Mackenzie Watson from Jackson, Frederick Thomas from Jackson, and Eli Formby from Picayune.
All right. Thank you, Pages, for your hard work this week. We're glad y'all are here with us. Eli, it's good to have you back with us. He's a veteran now. All right. I believe we're down to item 15, insurance. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Without objection, I'd like to move that we recommit House Bill 1306 for further work.
All right. Anyone wish to speak to the gentleman's motion? Seeing none, the question recurs on the gentleman's motion to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That gets us down to item 17. Chairman of Banking, gentleman from Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 17, House Bill 1325.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Okay, this is a county depository bill, and what we did, the Senate wanted to add language so that in the last year of a term that a city, county couldn't enter into a depository agreement longer than 24 months. And that was the changes we made. I'll take any questions.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final adoption.
He moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, gentlemen.
All right, number 18, House Bill 1330.
You're recognized to explain the report.
All right, in this bill, this was the bill to authorize the investment in SBICs, and there was some language in there on the meeting times for bank boards of directors. And so what we did, we added a language in there that said that the bank audit committees were only required to meet at least once quarterly, And so that's the language that we added to the bill. I'll take any questions.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final adoption.
He moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Covington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 43, Senate Bill 2654, and called up.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill has taken several different forms, so I'll go through, try to let you know what's in this. You know, the Senate sent a bill over that would do early voting for 2 weeks. Our bill would have expanded absentee voting and made that a simpler, quicker process in the clerk's office. What is in this bill is referred to as excused voting, but it's basically absentee voting. You still have to have an excuse. It would be for 3 weeks prior to the election. They included the language that we had in our bill that would add an excuse for a caretaker of a disabled or elderly person or a child, and then also language that a member had requested regarding anticipating that you will work on election day. Those people would be able to vote then. It makes no changes to, you know, if you need to have your ballot mailed to you if you're working out of state or a college or whatever, that no difference on that. It would allow the clerks, with the approval of the Board of Supervisors and with the approval of the Secretary of State, to have the excused voting or absentee voting in a adjacent building to the clerk's office if they need to. There's a few counties where they have extremely limited space in the clerk's office, and they've asked to move it to a larger county facility, and this would allow them to do that, again, with the approval of the Board of Supervisors and the Secretary of State's office. And that is a description of the conference report, and I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final adoption.
He moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Judge B. Passes. Technology, we're down to item 33. Lady from Madison, Chairman of Technology, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for us to go to item number 33, Senate Bill 2271, and introduce the gentleman from Hines to tell us about the conference report.
Gentleman from Hines is recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2271 is the bill that we introduced and we passed it 118 to 0 earlier. It gives MEMA money in times of natural disaster to request down federal funds. Nothing really changed in the bill except the wording of how the money needed to be allocated. The amounts or nothing like that changed. So that's a brief explanation of the bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner. He passes. I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final adoption.
He moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're Opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. Can we move to item number 48?
All right, you're recognized to explain that report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is another bill that passed our House 119 to 0. It's the NG 911 bill. This is a great bill. I'm excited it's still alive. It changed a few words, like in the bill it talks about counties. They'll now be referred to as ECDs, Emergency Communication Districts. MEMA is fully in favor of this bill, and that is a short explanation of this bill. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final adoption.
He moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Lady from Forest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 36, Senate Bill 2386, and call it up.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is once again the Medicaid Tech Bill before you. This is the third time you have been presented with this bill. Just a little short explanation. Last week, the governor vetoed our Medicaid Tech bill. We knew that we had a potential issue with some physician UPL language that was in there that could possibly jeopardize some funding for the University Medical Center. We had always planned on taking this bill, Senate Bill 2386, because we knew we had the code section still available, so we had always planned on fixing that. So we have inserted the language that you have already voted on the Medicaid Tech Bill into Senate Bill 23 rather than attempt a veto override. We have addressed the issues with physician UPL in that we just kind of moved it and pushed it to deal with next year. We're going to study it over the summer. I will tell you that there's nothing in this bill that is Medicaid expansion. There is nothing in this bill that expands Medicaid eligibility to any groups or individuals that are not already in the Medicaid program. And that is my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, lady.
Move final adoption.
She moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 96 yeas, 13 nays, the report is adopted. I believe we're down to Youth and Family Affairs. Gentleman from Sunflower.
Thank you,
Chairman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 37, in conference Senate Bill 2452, and call it up and explain the conference report.
Gentleman will be recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the body, last we were here on this bill, there were some questions in our amendments. The Senate has adopted the amendment, the House's position, and those questions that we had, and they have agreed. They've also removed the repealer from this bill. That is an explanation of this conference report.
Questions on the report? Lady from Harrison, Ms. Crawford.
Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, lady.
Doesn't a child automatically get emancipated when they reach adulthood at 21, whether they have a disability or not?
Ask it. I'm sorry. Ask it.
I said, isn't a child, once they reach 21, they're emancipated whether they have a disability or not? Is that correct?
Yeah. Let's look at let's go to line 121. That is correct.
Huh?
That is correct.
So is a parent going to be required to obtain conservatorship or guardianship if the court orders the continued of support?
Yes. In the conference report, and I think we asked that was one of the questions that you had, let's go to that line. I want to show you. On lines 166 through 168.
66. I don't know. And what does that say? I don't have that up.
Yes. That outlines the hearing process. And in the amendment that we sent over, the Senate did change the may to shall. So there shall be a guardian ad litem appointed.
Okay, I'm curious on that it says reason of physical or mental disability. Why was an intellectual disability included?
That was not a part of the original bill, but we can add that going forward, looking at that next year.
Well, I'm just kind of curious as to how a judge can order all of these continuation of custody, visitation, if there's not a conservator or a guardianship.
That's the question I just answered. They shall. I'm sorry. Yeah, on line 178, they shall appoint a guardian ad litem on that.
But that's not the same as a legal guardian or a legal conservator, though.
Okay.
It's not the same.
Okay. That's the court's discretion on that.
It's not the same.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentlemen yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, I remember somebody asking a question as to whether or not if a disabled child, once they reach the age of majority, receives Social Security benefits or Medicaid or Medicare benefits,
yes,
will they be put in jeopardy if they're still receiving child support or financial support from their parents? Did you guys discuss that, or was there ever any agreement on whether or not that would have an effect on or jeopardize the benefits that they receive from the state and the federal government?
Yes, that was one of the questions that we asked, and we spoke with Medicaid as well as the Social Security Department, and it will not affect their benefits on that.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further. I'm sorry, gentleman from Marshall, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, you yield?
Yes, sir, gentleman.
When this bill was first in the House, I asked a question about if the child support continues, would that be a shared responsibility between both parents? And I think the answer was up to the courts to decide that.
Yes, sir.
Going forward, is there any way we could perhaps take a look at that? Maybe, because I guess what I'm thinking, Mr. Chairman, is we talking about possibly a lifetime of support.
Right.
And we don't want to assume that parents don't want to give support to their children. Okay, so if it's determined that care is going to be needed for the extent of the person's life, then
yes,
that may be something that both parents should be able some way to work together to make sure that child or that person have what he or she may need. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work.
I'd be glad to work with you on that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir, gentlemen.
Quick questions, gentlemen. If I'm made to pay child support for my disabled child, and at some point I'm retired, okay. When I retire and my my monthly salary decreases. Is there any mechanism in this bill for that?
Not in this bill, but I think under current law, you can go back to the courts and request some sort of adjustment on that.
Mm-hmm. And, okay, so, and that's going to cause considerable amount of resources to go back to court.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of that?
I am, gentlemen.
Okay. And I think everybody in this body wants to care for all children. I don't think there's a doubt in my mind of that. Mm-hmm. But have you considered the possible strain that may place on any of the parents? The child support virtually is a continuous child support. It never ends. Have you considered that?
Yes, sir, gentlemen. I have 2 children myself.
Okay.
There is a considerable strain when you bring life into this world.
Okay.
As a parent.
All right. And now, tell me again. Now, after the initial presentation of the bill, you went and made some changes, and I appreciate you for doing that, gentlemen. Mm-hmm. Are there any guidelines for the chancellor to follow when in considering whether the non-custodial parent should continue to pay child support? Are there any of those guidelines in the bill?
Gentlemen, it is in the court's discretion. They do have guidelines regarding if the child is disabled.
Okay, but every child, every disability has differing levels, first and foremost. And are there going to be experts needed to be had to help the chancellor into making this determination on whether the child needs continuing child support? I mean, are there any medical personnel, psychiatrists, anybody, anything of that nature that would need to be put into this process?
Yes, sir, gentlemen. If you go to line 189,
mm-hmm.
page 8.
Okay.
That's that examination and those guidelines. I think you and I talked about that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I thank you.
Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, sir, gentlemen.
Briefly. Mm-hmm. So I have a lot of problems with this bill for so many reasons. And as I sit here and I listen to you explain the bill and answer questions, different problems are popping up in my head. But just immediately what I'm thinking about right now is, so if a person is, let's just say a guy has a child at 50 years old, mm-hmm. right? And this child is disabled. And then this guy retires. What is retirement age? Do you know, gentlemen? And so he retires at 75, and then the young man is now 14, 15 years old. Will this retiree now be required to continue to pay child support out of his meager Social Security payment that he may not even be getting for much longer?
Gentlemen, if that child is found to had a disability when he was a minor, then under this bill, yes, sir.
And so is that a possibility that you all have considered when drafting this bill and debating this bill?
Yes.
Okay.
And let me go a step further. These are some of the questions that you and some of the other members in this body had.
I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you, gentlemen. I know you have a great speaking voice. Give it to me now.
Yes. I said these are some of the questions that you had on the last time, and some of the other members in this body. And so we came back and we answered all of those questions that you had. And going forward, if there are some changes or some additions that you'd like to see, as I told the gentleman from Fayette, be glad to work with you on that.
And so when will we do that? When the bill, I think we need to recommit. Speaker, I have a motion.
You weren't recognized for a motion, but if I were to recognize you for a motion, what would it be?
It would be a motion to recommit this bill and get it out of here. We got to get it out of here. We got to get this with me out of here. We got to recommit. It's a bad bill, Mr. Speaker. It's a bad one. We got to get it out of here.
Maintain order. Let's maintain order.
We need to recommit for further work next year.
Gentleman's motion is to recommit on the conference report. Does the chairman wish to respond?
Yes. Again, these are some of the questions that you had and other members in this body. And what we did, we came back to this body. I don't think you were here that day, but we came back to this body and we went down line by line and answered every one of those questions that each member had in this body. And we worked on it. And here again, if you have any other suggestions that we can go work on going forward, I'd be glad to work with you on it.
All right. Gentleman from Madison, there's a motion to recommit. If you favor the gentleman, I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey. You want to speak to the motion? Yes, sir. You're recognized.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've been practicing law now 53 years, and I've been in legislature 30 years, and this is one of the bills that has caused me a lot of concern. And I haven't spoken out because the young man handling the bill, I think he's trying well, but this bill is not well thought out. And let me just tell you what's happening here. First of all, you're going to set up all these people who, under the law, can get supplemental security income. You're finna cut them off. I mean, the Trump administration going to love you for that. Those are going to love you for that. You're going to cut them off. In addition to paying child support, you are required to pay medical bills. Now, I know we want to do everything we can to support our children, but here's a program that we have in place now that is taking care of these things. Now you're finna put those programs in jeopardy because some individual wants to advance this issue, and it's not a good time to deal with it. It's not being well thought out. And bless the gentleman who's handling the bill. He doesn't understand a lot of these legal things involved. And I want to tell you, 53 years, I have more heartburn about this particular bill than any other bill because you are finna do a lot of harm to your family, to the community, and to the system if you put this in place without going back and looking at it closely and working out. Now, I know that we have associations and we want to support people. I like to support them too. But we cannot just put something in place just because somebody say, I think I want this. This is not a good time to put this in place. So I join the gentleman from Madison in asking you, let's recommit this so that the bill can be worked on. And if we need to come out with a vehicle that's going to do what they want to accomplish, then we can do it. This bill has not been well thought out and well planned. There's no need to shackle the people in Mississippi with this because you're going to change a lot of things about people and their lives that I don't think you're anticipating. Let's recommit this bill.
Anyone else wish to speak to the motion before I put the motion? My board's lit up, so I don't know for what purpose. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I just have one general concern. You have a child, and you've been given the task of being responsible for them. Your circumstances in your life change. This particular situation forced you to go into the court and literally attack the well-being of your child. You have to say, I can't afford to take care of this child. Somebody else needs to give me a break. This is too much on me. And your child has to be present to hear you say I can't take care of you. I really don't want to be responsible for you for the rest of my life because I can't take care of you. That's a hard statement to make in front of your child. That's a real hard statement. Now I'm asking you to look in your heart because I really don't believe anyone in here would want to be put in that position where you literally have to say to your child, Pookie, I can't take care of you. Pookie, I ain't got enough income to feed us. Pookie, your medical bills have broken us. Pookie, we probably finna be camping somewhere in a few years. I'm saying a few things to just make you think. What parent, what responsible, loving, caring parent wants to be put in a position where he or she has to publicly, on record, say, I can't take care of you, and I don't want to because it is a bigger burden on me. This is what we're saying. Now, we done talked about helping them get here.
Gentlemen, the time's expired. Chairman, wish to respond?
I will say this. Ladies and gentlemen of this body, those of us who have children know when we are engaging in having them that there is a responsibility. There's a responsibility whether a child is disabled or whether a child is not. There is a burden on all of us who are parents. But that is the responsibility that we as adults take on when we say we want to bring life into this world. Is it a burden? Yes. Is it a responsibility? Yes. Is it going to cause heartburn when you have to pay medical bills? Yes. I have them right now. Some of you all know my daughter got burned last session. $30,000 worth of bills. Still paying right now. So when we talk about taking care of our own and taking care of our responsibility, and it's a burden on parents, yes it is. But one of the great things about having a family and having children and bringing life into this world is that, number one, you are responsible for them. That's what this is about. Now, while I do respect and agree with the gentleman from Washington, I may not know a lot of the legal things that you all know as lawyers, but this one thing I do know. I know human nature, and I know the heart that you have when you bring a child into this world. It is your responsibility until they're able to take care of themselves. That's what I know. And if that is a burden, then I say to those who do not want to take on that burden, don't have children.
All right.
And that is my explanation of the conference report. That's my response.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, question occurs on the gentleman's motion to recommit. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Any chairman have any? Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin, what purpose?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. On today's calendar, item number 40, Senate Bill 2517, and item number 41, Senate Bill 2518. I would like to hold those on a motion to reconsider.
All right. Those are yours, I believe.
Yes.
You don't have to notify yourself. Gentleman from Hancock, Mr. Anderson.
I'd like to hold item 2, House Bill 602, and item 31, Senate Bill 2263 on a motion.
All right. My board's lit up. I'm assuming several of you are going to hold bills. You got work, gentlemen? All right. We will go to the gentleman from Wayne, Mr. Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to the in-conference local and private calendar. Call up the conference report on item number 1, Senate Bill 3258.
All right. You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, we just reverted back to the original language that extends the repeal date on Washington County's tourism tax. That's a 4-year repealer. I yield for any questions.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 1 nay, the report is adopted. Further work, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. I'd like to go to the local and private calendar. Item 1, Senate Bill 3056. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a conviction assessment for Calhoun County. It's the standard $25 for misdemeanor and $50 for DUIs. And this goes to benefit their courthouses and pretrial detention facility.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentlemen yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I notice there's a few of these like this. The assessment is only made if they are convicted, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
Open machine, Madam Clerk. He moves final passage. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you. Next item is number 2, Senate Bill 3061. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a 3rd time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you. This is an identical bill for Lincoln County.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Next item is number 3, Senate Bill 3265. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
This bill comes to us from the mayor of Water Valley that wants to get a 1% tourism tax. This has got a direct referendum and a 4-year repealer.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Next item is number 4, Senate Bill 3269. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
This is another identical conviction assessment bill, this time for Chickasaw County.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Next item is number 5, Senate Bill 3275. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you. This bill is just expanding the bonding authority for Madison County. They're moving up to $100 million in possible bonds.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 105 yeas, 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Last item, number 6, Senate Bill 3257. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is just allowing Marshall County to make charitable contributions to a number of 501c3s, and these are capped at $10,500.
I'm asking. Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Anything further, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. I'd like to hold those last 6 items on the local and private calendar on a motion to reconsider.
All right.
And also the 1 item on the in-conference local and private calendar, Senate Bill 3258, on a motion.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. All right. We are going to recess until 6 o'clock. We have some, see where we are with the other end of the building, as well as, I believe, several members here in Jackson would like to go vote in their mayoral election today. So we will recess until 6 p.m. That's our plan. My board's lit up. Gentleman from Tate, Mr. Lamar, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that we, on the in-conference Ways and Means calendar, hold item 1 on a motion to reconsider.
All right.
And then also on the motion to reconsider calendar, House Bill 1896, I'd move to table.
Right. Gentleman's motion is to table on 1896. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? My board's lit up, so you're going to have to raise your hand. I don't see anyone seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's calendar, I'd like to hold the following motions on motion to reconsider, please. Item 12, House Bill 1193. Item 13, House Bill 1203. Item 35, Senate Bill 2328. Item 38, Senate Bill 2482, and item 39, Senate Bill 2489.
Thank you, lady. We will do that. Lady from Forest, Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to the in-conference general bills calendar, item number 36, Senate Bill 2386, and hold it on a motion, please.
Thank you, lady. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On page 6, item number 42, Senate Bill 2573, I'd like to hold it on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. DeWeese.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the in-conference appropriations calendar, item 5, Senate Bill 2730, I'd like to hold that on a motion to reconsider.
All right. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Aguirre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the in-conference general bills calendar, I'd like to hold items number 17 and 18 on a motion, please.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On in-conference general bills, asked to hold on a motion to reconsider item number 1, House Bill 293, and item number 43, Senate Bill 2654.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to the General Bills calendar. Item number 10, House Bill 1077, and item number 21, House Bill 1502. I'd like to hold on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On item number 7, House Bill 924, I'd like to hold it on a motion. And item number 22, House Bill 1505, hold both of them on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to change my decimated vote, Representative Hawkins, on Senate Bill 2704 from nay to yea. And also, Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to change my vote on Senate Bill 2328 from nay to yea.
Is there objection to either of these? Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to have my vote changed on Senate Bill 2517 from no to yes. And Mr. Speaker,
is there objection? I don't hear any. Change the lady's vote.
And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent from the House to be able to add more than 100 words to the journal on House Bill 1544 and Senate Bill 2768.
All right. I hear no objection. Lady will be granted that request. Gentleman from Benton, Mr. Massengale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the general calendar, item 14, House Bill 1245, hold that on a motion to reconsider.
All right. Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold the following items on a motion to reconsider. Item number 3, House Bill 809. Item number 24, House Bill 1544. Item 27, Senate Bill 2181. And item 47, Senate Bill 2768.
Thank you, gentlemen. Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask to hold a couple of items, please, to reconsider. Number 33, Senate Bill 2271, and then also to hold to reconsider item 48, Senate Bill 2835.
Thank you,
and then
lady.
can I change my desk mate?
Can you, not his vote, just your desk mate in general. Sounds like y'all have had a meeting of the minds. Lady from Amit, Ms. Cockerham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the in-conference appropriations general bills, item number 3, House Bill 1131, I'd like to hold it on a motion.
Thank you, lady. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold the following items on a motion. The first one is item number 8, House Bill 958. Item number 26, Senate Bill 2143. Item number 32, Senate Bill 2267. And item number 50, Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 2851.
Thank you, gentlemen. Lady from Lowndes, Ms. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move to reconsider the vote by which item number 29, Senate Bill 2211, passed.
All right. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? Hearing none. Lady would like to reconsider the vote. If you favor the lady's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right. The bill is back before us, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to recommit Senate Bill 2211 to conference.
All right. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? Seeing none, the question recurs on the lady's motion to recommit for further conference. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. All right. I see no one else seeking recognition. I will entertain the gentleman from Holmes's motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until 6 p.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 6 p.m. In favor of that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House will stand in recess until 6 p.m. Let the House come back to order. I believe we have concluded our business for the day. Do we have announcements, Madam Clerk? No announcements by the Clerk's office. Any announcements by the members? Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to hold the following items on a motion to reconsider.
All right.
Item 6, House Bill 861. Item 16, House Bill 1308. Item 19, House Bill 1338. And item 22, House Bill 1509.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Did you do? He's not here. Did he do?
Is that it? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felsher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to hold some items on a motion to reconsider, please. Item number 5, HB 856. Item number 9, HB 1062. Item number 44, Senate Bill 2704. Item number 45, 2741. Item number 46, 2767. And finally, item number 51, Senate Bill 2886.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Benton, Mr. Massagill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, today I'd like to adjourn in memory of Miss Grace Bowen. That is the grandmother of my good friend over Department of Transportation, Will Craft. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for bringing that to our attention. We will do that. All right, I don't see any further announcements. I'm sorry, gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
One of our sergeant at arms, our newest one, Mr. Ron Nation, his wife is in the North Gallery. We want to welcome her to the Capitol. Give a wave to us.
Welcome, lady. No visitor slips by his eye. It's like trying to get daylight past a rooster. Just can't do it. Thank you, gentlemen. He's the de facto tourism rep guide for the House. All right. All right. I recognize the gentleman from Holmes for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until the last conference report has been filed, at which time I'd like the journal to reflect that the House stand adjourned till 10 a.m. in the morning.
Gentleman's motion is the journal remain open until the last conference report is filed, at which time we will stand adjourned until 10 a.m. in the morning. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Sir? The clerk informs me if you're going to be later than 8 or 9 o'clock, you better be notifying him. I think we've only got just a few items out there, so you better let him know. All right, House stand adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow.